Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing nearly 6 hours of soothing Sherlock Holmes mysteries to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a mystery setting you dream of a story taking you to perhaps the gaslit alleys of Victorian London, a grand estate shrouded in evening mist, the quiet corners of the British Museum at closing time, or Holmes's sitting room at Baker Street with the fire casting dancing shadows on the walls. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright.
Now close your eyes and take a long, quiet breath. Tonight, your journey leads to the lantern hall in the Timeless Tales Library. Lanterns hover above every shelf, glowing with warm, colourful light. Each lantern illuminates a story, and the reflection of their glow shimmers across polished wood floors. The gentle scent of parchment and wax fills the air, soft and comforting. Sink into your bed, your cozy corner in this luminous hall. Release your hands, your shoulders, your toes. Let the gentle sway of the lantern's glow lull your body and mind into stillness. Follow the path of light along the shelves. Let each lantern's story drift into your imagination, carrying you softly into the calm of night. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, The Mystery of Lady Frances Carfax. Evening had settled over Baker Street with a kind of deep, silvery quiet, the sort of calm that softened every outline and hushed even the habitual rumble of carriage wheels below. Lamps glowed behind frosted glass, their light drifting outward in warm halos that brightened the misty air. In the sitting room of 221B, shadows lay long and gentle across the carpet, and the familiar scent of tea, paper and pipe tobacco seemed to mingle with the quiet in a soothing embrace. Dr. Watson sat near the fire, appreciating the way the coals had settled into a low glowing bed, perfect for a tranquil evening. A book, half read, rested on his knee. The page had been still for several minutes, not because the story lacked interest, but because Watson's eyes were heavy, relaxed by the warm flicker of light and the soft tick of the clock on the mantel. Across from him, Sherlock Holmes reclined in his armchair, long fingers steepled, expression thoughtful yet serene. There was no storm of deduction in his eyes tonight, only the reflective calm he sometimes assumed between cases, a kind of inward quiet that suited the room's dreamy stillness. It was into this peaceful moment that the faint rustle of paper drifted. Holmes had drawn a thin envelope from the small tray beside him, where new correspondence tended to accumulate. He turned it over once, twice, handling it with a gentleness that suggested nothing urgent or alarming. At last he opened it, allowing the folded sheet to fall open in the soft lamplight. A most delicate situation, Holmes murmured, but the words carried no sharp edge, only mild curiosity, spoken in a tone that matched the evening's softness. Watson looked up, stretching slightly in his chair. "Anything demanding immediate attention?" he asked, though even as he spoke he hoped the answer might be no. The night felt designed for rest. Holmes read in silence for a moment more, then looked toward him with a faint, reassuring smile, one that eased any worry. "Not immediate," he said gently, "but intriguing in its quiet way." He held out the letter, and Watson rose to take it, feeling the pleasant warmth of the room wrap around him as he shifted closer to the lamplight. The handwriting was precise, the message courteously phrased. "From Miss Daubeny," Holmes explained, "a maid in the service of Lady Frances Carfax," or formerly so. Watson's brow softened as he read. The letter spoke of concern, not alarm, not panic, merely a persistent growing unease. Lady Frances, an unmarried woman of gentle temperament and independent means, had been travelling alone for some months across Europe. She corresponded faithfully at first, then less frequently, and now not at all. The maid, having been dismissed upon Lady Frances's departure from England, found herself unable to discover any news. "She believes something may be amiss," Watson murmured. "Or," Holmes replied softly, "she fears so because the lady has no close relatives who might otherwise notice her absence." A long, comfortable pause settled between them. The fire breathed quietly. Outside, a distant horse clopped rhythmically down the street, the sound muted by fog. Holmes rose, stretching with the languid grace of a cat. "It is a gentle case," he said, "though that does not make it less worthy." Watson smiled. "And will we take it on?" Holmes returned the smile, but softened it with a calm dignity. "If we can be of service, and if we can restore someone's peace of mind, then yes. But we shall approach it in a manner befitting the hour." Watson chuckled softly at that, appreciating Holmes's rare humour. "A restful investigation?" Holmes nodded as he walked toward the window, drawing aside the curtain just enough to gaze into the hazy evening. "Precisely. Tonight we rest. Tomorrow, with the sunrise, we begin." The curtain fell back into place with a whisper, and Holmes resumed his chair. The letter lay between them on the small table, not demanding attention but quietly inviting it, like a faint thread of intrigue that promised a gentle journey rather than a dangerous one. The next morning greeted London with a soft, pearl-coloured light. Mist clung to the rooftops and drifted languidly through the streets, making everything look dreamlike and peaceful. Even the bustle of morning routines seemed oddly muted, as though the day were taking its time to fully awaken. Holmes prepared for travel with unhurried efficiency. Watson noted with some amusement that his companion's usual briskness had softened to match the tone of the case. "Switzerland first," Holmes said as he placed a map on the breakfast table. "Lady Frances was last known to be in Lausanne. A restful journey, Watson. I trust you're prepared." As always, Holmes' eyes twinkled. "And with your usual indefatigable calm?" Watson laughed lightly. "After the peace of last night, yes, I believe so." They departed by train that afternoon, settling into a secluded compartment. For Watson, the steady rhythm of the wheels against the track felt like a lullaby. Fields drifted by as soft blurs of green and gold. Holmes sat across from him, not analysing with intensity, but quietly observing the landscape with a thoughtful serenity. Hours passed in murmured conversation and comfortable silence. As dusk settled once more, they reached the continent and continued their journey with the same tranquil pace. Watson felt soothed by the gentle motion, the hum of distant voices, the mellow glow of lamps swaying overhead. Holmes occasionally closed his eyes, not asleep but resting. and it reassured Watson to see him so at ease. The great detective's mind was rarely truly quiet, but tonight it hummed softly rather than crackled. Lausanne greeted them with cool, refreshing air and the faint scent of lake water. Lanterns along the shore cast their reflections in elongated strokes across the surface, trembling gently with each ripple. The city, perched beside the lake like a peaceful vignette, seemed to welcome them with open arms. Their hotel overlooked a quiet garden where tall trees swayed in the slow evening breeze. Watson found that even the creak of the wooden stairs inside felt comforting, as though the entire building were settled in for restful nights. Holmes wasted no time, but neither did he rush. His inquiries were made with soft courtesy, and those they questioned responded with the same reflective calm. Lady Frances, they learned, had indeed been seen, a quiet woman, gentle in manner, travelling alone but always polite and composed. "She seems to leave a peaceful impression wherever she goes," Watson noted as they strolled back along the quiet street. "Indeed," Holmes murmured. "Her trail is like a faint perfume lingering in the air, not strong, but discernible." They found themselves by the lake, where the evening colours had deepened into lavender and shimmering blue. The water lapped softly at the stone embankment, rhythmic and soothing. Holmes paused, hands clasped behind his back. "She left Lausanne for Baden," he said. "A small spa town, quiet, restful. An ideal place for someone seeking solitude," Watson added. Holmes nodded. "And yet her maid fears she may not be safe. Do you share that fear?" Holmes lifted his head slightly, considering the question. "I share only the uncertainty, but uncertainty is not danger. It is simply a space between two known points." The wind rustled leaves overhead with a gentle sigh. Watson found himself relaxing more deeply with each passing moment. Even this mystery, wrapped as it was in the unknown, felt soft and unthreatening, like a story unfolding slowly in the glow of twilight. They retired early and sleep came easily. Holmes drifted into silence for the night, his breathing slow and even. Watson allowed the hush of the hotel and the cool, clean air to guide him into dreams that were as gentle as the lake itself. The next day took them onward to Baden. The town was nestled among forested hills, its streets winding through quiet lanes lined with old stone buildings and flowering shrubs. The entire place felt like a peaceful retreat, and Watson understood instantly why Lady Frances might have chosen it as a resting point. Holmes consulted a hotel registry, confirming that she had stayed several nights. The innkeeper spoke of her warmly. A kind lady, solitary but unfailingly polite, often seen walking in his gardens or sitting beside the fountain with a small book in hand. Watson imagined her there easily, surrounded by blooming flowers and the soft murmur of water. Her presence, even second-hand, felt gentle. But there was another detail, a bearded stranger who had seemed intent on speaking with her. Persistent, but never threatening, the innkeeper assured them. He approached her once or twice, but she always declined. He left soon after. Holmes's gaze drifted toward the fountain outside, where sunlight danced over the rippling surface. A harmless suitor, perhaps, he mused softly, or simply someone trying too hard to be noticed, Watson added. Holmes inclined his head in agreement. Neither man felt uneasy. The trail did not twist into danger. It simply continued, as soft and meandering as a stream. Lady Frances had next travelled to Germany, to a quiet town where she was said to have stayed briefly before boarding a train westward. Holmes and Watson followed at an unhurried pace, pausing each evening to appreciate the calm of each new lodging, each new landscape. They moved through villages where bells chimed softly at dusk, through forests where sunlight fell in golden shafts, through towns where the scent of fresh bread drifted dreamily from open windows. Though their purpose was investigation, the experience felt more like a gentle pilgrimage, as if Lady Frances's serene nature had shaped the path itself. By the time they reached the small town of Bad Homburg, twilight was falling once more. Watson felt wrapped in a kind of travelling hush, as though each step were softened by the warm air and the murmur of distant leaves. Holmes's demeanour remained calm and deeply focused, but even he seemed affected by the dreamlike quality of their journey. They checked into a modest hotel where a young woman behind the desk greeted them with the quiet assurance of someone accustomed to tranquility. The hallways were narrow but clean, and the scent of lavender drifted from somewhere unseen. After supper, Holmes and Watson walked the length of the old promenade, where lamps glowed like sleepy stars along the tree-lined path. Birds murmured against branches overhead. Everything felt peaceful, almost suspended. It was there that Holmes paused, turning his head slightly toward a bench near the fountain. "She sat here," he said softly, though he had spoken to no one. It was simply something he felt, something he read in the faint traces left behind. The way a cushion was slightly depressed, the scattering of petals that had drifted across the stone. Watson looked around the quiet square, imagining Lady Frances's solitude, her contemplative stillness. "She must have been very gentle," he murmured. Holmes gave the faintest nod. "A tranquil spirit, I believe." He sat on the bench for a moment, eyes closed, breathing in the calm evening air. Watson joined him in silence, letting the soft sound of the fountain lull his thoughts. When Holmes finally rose, he did so slowly as though waking from a light dream. "Tomorrow," he said quietly, "we shall find the next thread." Watson smiled. "A thread leading where?" Holmes looked down the lamplit path, calm, steady, without a hint of dread. "Back toward England," he replied. "I feel the trail turning home." They walked back to the hotel side by side, steps unhurried, spirits at ease. The night settled warmly around them, and even the mystery seemed to soften, becoming the sort of puzzle solved not through urgency, but through gentle persistence and a quiet mind. As they reached their rooms, Holmes offered Watson a rare, restful smile. "Sleep well," he said, and Watson did, drifting into a deep, soothing slumber, unaware of the beautiful calm that awaited them as the story continued. The following morning dawned softly, the sun spilling its pale gold across the quiet town of Bad Homburg. The streets were still damp from a gentle night mist that clung delicately to the rooftops and wove around the trunks of the tall elms lining the promenade. Holmes and Watson, refreshed by a tranquil sleep, set out once more with the unhurried rhythm of travellers who wished not to rush, but to fully inhabit each step of the journey. The town itself seemed to invite serenity. Birds trilled intermittently from hidden branches, their notes gentle, soothing, almost like a quiet lullaby. Small shutters creaked softly as doors opened and closed, and the scent of morning bread, fresh and yeasty, drifted from the bakery at the corner. Holmes inhaled it for a moment, a rare smile curling the edges of his lips, then turned to the path ahead, his eyes bright yet serene. Their purpose this morning was the modest inn where Lady Frances had been seen after her arrival. Holmes walked slowly, his gaze flicking with precise attentiveness to every detail: the cobblestones, a slightly dislodged slate tile, the pattern of frost lingering in the morning sun. Watson, walking beside him, felt as though he were moving in a dream. Everything was softened by the light, the air, the peaceful hum of life itself. At the inn, they found the landlady bustling quietly, moving in deliberate, calm motions that seemed almost choreographed. She greeted them with gentle warmth, answering questions with a measured care that invited confidence rather than alarm. Holmes, as ever, listened more than he spoke, letting the soft cadence of her voice guide him toward the truth. She stayed here but a brief time, the woman explained, very polite, very quiet, always alone, always thoughtful. She liked to watch the sun on the fountain in the square. Holmes nodded thoughtfully, absorbing every detail like a painter observing colour and light. Watson noticed that even when Holmes deduced, he did so with softness. There was no urgency, no harshness, no tension in his movements. Everything was as calm as the gentle lake they had visited in Lausanne, yet fully alive with awareness. As the day progressed, they travelled slowly toward the next town, a short train journey punctuated by long stretches of reflective silence. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels over the tracks was hypnotic, almost meditative. Holmes's eyes occasionally closed as he leaned back, his mind tracing invisible threads, connecting soft impressions of Lady Frances's journey. Watson found himself relaxing, the calm attentiveness of his companion allowing him to drift in and out of half-sleep, as though the train itself were a gentle cradle. Arriving in the small German border town that would prove pivotal, they found that Lady Frances had been seen in the company of a serene, gentle-looking gentleman who had assisted her with travel arrangements. He had escorted her with quiet courtesy to a modest hotel where she was last observed. A tall, ivy-clad building with shaded windows and an inviting garden. Holmes and Watson approached it slowly, savouring each moment of calm. The garden was dappled in sunlight, leaves whispering in a warm breeze. Birds flitted among the branches, and the fountain in the centre, though simple, caught the light in sparkling droplets. It seemed a place perfectly suited to the gentle character they had come to know through whispers and impressions. A haven rather than a scene of tension. Inside, they found the proprietor, who confirmed the lady's presence. She had taken a room quietly, no disturbance, always polite, her demeanour composed and elegant. Holmes noted the faint marks of her passage, a scarf draped across a chair, a book placed with care on the bedside table, footprints softened by dust and carpet. She has moved with care, deliberately, but without anxiety, Holmes murmured. Each step measured, each choice unhurried. One can read a person's nature in such small traces. Watson smiled. And what does hers tell us? Holmes's eyes softened, his expression reflective. That she values calm, that she seeks order and beauty, and that she trusts in her own gentle judgment. She is not hurried, nor frightened, only cautious and prudent. The day waned into evening. Holmes and Watson wandered the quiet lanes surrounding the hotel, following soft impressions of Lady Frances's walk. The way she lingered near shaded benches, the gentle tilt of her hat against the fading sun. They didn't hurry. The journey itself felt like a meditation, a slow unveiling of subtle truths hidden in calm gestures and quiet spaces. That night, as lanterns flickered along the empty streets, Holmes and Watson rested in their own rooms, the world outside dimmed and softened by twilight. Watson could hear the distant ripple of a fountain, the rustle of leaves, and felt the steady, measured breathing of his companion in the room across the hall. Even the mystery itself, though still unresolved, seemed at peace. No sudden shocks, no harsh confrontations, only a trail unfolding slowly, gently toward its resolution. Holmes spoke softly through the door, a voice meant to soothe rather than command. "Tomorrow we shall meet Lady Frances once more. Rest well, Watson. The day will come, calm and true, as all things do." Watson closed his eyes, feeling the quiet certainty of the statement. The world beyond the walls of the hotel was muted, safe, and inviting. His thoughts drifted with the soft patterns of shadows and the comforting rhythm of the night, and he slipped into sleep, carried by the gentle cadence of the unfolding mystery. The next morning, the soft sunlight bathed the hotel garden in golden warmth. Holmes, Watson, and the landlady moved together with a quiet attentiveness. Lady Frances, serene and composed, was found in the garden, seated beneath the wide branches of an old oak. She looked up as they approached, a faint, calm smile on her lips, a smile that carried relief, not fear. Holmes spoke gently, his tone imbued with reassurance. "Lady Frances, we have followed the gentle threads of your travels. All is well, and you are safe." Lady Frances rose, her composure unwavering, her gratitude expressed in quiet words. Watson noticed how completely peaceful she seemed, as though every step of her journey, every cautious choice, had led her here without alarm, without haste, and without distress. "I have been careful," she said softly, "but I feared perhaps my absence caused concern." Holmes inclined his head, the faintest light in his eyes. Concern, perhaps, but never danger. Watson observed the three of them for a long moment, the golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, the shadows stretching lazily across the ground. Even the stranger who had assisted Lady Frances arrived quietly, nodding in acknowledgement, his presence calm and courteous. They spoke briefly, softly, then allowed the day to unfold with gentle pleasantries, the kind of conversation that floats and soothes rather than disturbs or excites. Holmes and Watson shared a quiet walk with Lady Frances round the garden, observing flowers and listening to the gentle gurgle of the fountain. Every sound, every movement seemed softened by the atmosphere, as if the world itself conspired to ensure comfort and ease. Watson reflected on the journey, the long, slow travels, the quiet discoveries, the steady unfolding of truth without urgency or fear. It had been a case conducted with gentleness, with patience, and with attention to detail, but always with calm and respect. Even the faintest traces of uncertainty had dissolved into light and peace. As dusk fell, they returned to the inn. The lamps glowed with soft radiance, and the air was infused with the gentle scent of flowers and warm earth. Lady Frances retired to her room, smiling one last time in serene acknowledgement of her safe arrival. Holmes and Watson prepared for their own evening, the satisfaction of a gentle resolution settling like a soft cloak around them. Holmes poured a small measure of tea, passing it to Watson without a word. They sipped in companionable silence, feeling the stillness of the world fold around them. Watson, relaxed beyond words, noted the soft creak of the inn's floorboards, the distant murmur of evening, and the faint echo of Lady Frances's contented sigh from the garden. The mystery was concluded, yet the experience left a lingering sense of calm, the kind that gently carries one into slumber. The journey back to London was quiet, bathed in the soft glow of afternoon light that filtered through the train windows. Holmes and Watson travelled at a gentle pace, neither anxious nor hurried, allowing the landscapes to drift by like a comforting, slow-moving painting. Rolling hills, glimmering rivers, and clusters of sleepy villages passed in measured rhythm, each scene settling the mind and easing the body into a state of calm. The faint hum of conversation from distant passengers, soft and unintrusive, blended with the gentle clatter of wheels, creating a serene symphony of motion. Watson leaned back, feeling the gentle sway of the carriage as a lullaby of motion, while Holmes, as was his habit when untroubled, observed silently, taking in minute details, the light glancing off distant rooftops, the faint scent of rain on warm earth, the soft rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails. He occasionally adjusted the angle of his coat or smoothed his fingers over the map of their travels, motions so calm and deliberate they seemed almost ritualistic. Everything was serene. Everything was measured. Even the lingering threads of the mystery felt softened, like a whisper fading into the evening. Watson watched him, noticing for the first time how Holmes's eyes, though focused, carried a quiet softness. The intensity that often clutched the detective's features had softened into a reflective serenity, a reminder that even the most brilliant minds could rest in harmony with the world around them. Watson felt a wave of calm sweep through him. At last London emerged in the distance, mist curling around the familiar rooftops and winding streets. Yet the city, usually bustling and insistent, seemed unusually still, as though aware that their task had been completed without distress or urgency. The familiar spire of St. Marylebone rose delicately through the haze, and the Thames shimmered faintly under a pale, resting light. Holmes and Watson departed at Baker Street, stepping into the gentle hush of twilight. The lamps glowed with steady warmth, the cobblestones reflecting the light with a muted shimmer. They entered 221B, welcomed by the familiar comforts of the sitting room. Holmes set down his coat and with a rare gentleness poured a cup of tea for Watson. The room smelled faintly of smoke, parchment and quiet, the essence of home, the kind of warmth that reaches the soul. The ticking of the clock on the mantel seemed to stretch time, each second lingering, soothing, like a soft heartbeat. "I think, Watson," Holmes said softly, "that this case, though seemingly fraught with uncertainty, has resolved itself in the most gentle and satisfying manner. Lady Frances is safe, content, and at peace. There is nothing more to be done." Watson sipped his tea, feeling the warmth spread through him. It has been almost like travelling in a dream, he said, soft and careful, with no harm, no hurry and no fear. Holmes allowed a slight reflective nod. Exactly. A puzzle approached with mindfulness and calm, and in that we find our reward, not excitement or alarm, but the quiet certainty that all is well. Outside, the London evening deepened. The lamps cast soft golden halos across the street, and the faint rustle of leaves whispered through the air. There was a calm that seemed to linger even beyond the walls of the sitting room, settling over the city like a gentle promise. Watson thought of Lady Frances, travelling safely now through quiet streets, perhaps seated in her own drawing room, the world at peace around her. Watson placed his cup down and leaned back in the chair, the familiar fire glowing steadily. Holmes settled in opposite him, the faint flicker of lamplight catching the thoughtful curve of his features. They spoke no more of the journey. There was no need. The resolution, simple and serene, spoke for itself. Holmes occasionally glanced at the flickering flames as if following the patterns of light and shadow might reveal the soft imprint of their adventure. As the night deepened, the two friends allowed themselves to drift. The mystery was concluded. The gentle trail followed to its peaceful end. Lady Frances's calm presence, though distant, remained with them like a quiet echo, a reminder that even journeys with uncertainty can end in repose. Watson felt the warmth of the fire, the soft tick of the clock, the gentle hush of the room, all weaving together into a comforting rhythm that seemed to cradle him into sleep. Holmes, ever vigilant yet entirely at ease, leaned back in his chair, the serene certainty of resolution enveloping him. He observed the shadows lengthening, the light softening, and the quiet outside the window, knowing that all threads were settled, every path walked with care. Even the smallest details, once puzzling, now seemed to lie perfectly in place. In that calm, tranquil room at 221B Baker Street, with the city's soft hum outside and the lingering comfort of solved mysteries within, the night carried them both into deep, gentle sleep. Every thought softened, every concern faded, leaving only the quiet knowledge that the world was right. Lady Frances was safe, and all was well. And so, as the lamps glowed warmly, the fire whispered in gentle tongues, and the London night stretched peacefully beyond, the listener too, following this story, would feel a gentle peace, carried softly into the land of dreams, where the echoes of calm adventures and quiet triumphs lingered like a lullaby. Sherlock Holmes' Sleep Stories. The mystery of the dying detective. It was an evening of that peculiar tranquil quality that only a London autumn can truly deliver. The air, cool and damp, seemed to hush the city, enveloping it in a deep velvet quietude. From the window of our cosy familiar chambers at 221B Baker Street, one could see the streetlights blooming in the deepening dusk, their soft amber glow diffused into hazy halos by the lingering mist. It was a time for comfortable chairs, the gentle crackle of a dying fire, and the soothing companionship of a dear friend. Dr. John Watson, seated by the hearth, felt the day's concerns slip away like smoke. He was preparing to settle into the pages of a worn, leather-bound volume when a message arrived. borne by a nervous, hushed hand. The note, penned in an unfamiliar and strangely hurried script, spoke of his friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes and of an illness, a sudden, fierce and most alarming collapse. A chill, quite unlike the autumn air, touched Watson's spine, but his mind, well trained by years of medical practice and even longer years of observing Holmes's own unnerving stillness, quickly engaged its calming discipline. He stood, quietly pulling on his greatcoat, the thick wool a comforting weight upon his shoulders. The clock on the mantel ticked with a slow, deliberate cadence, measuring the quiet resolve that now settled over him. The journey was a blur of measured steps and rhythmic carriage wheels over the wet cobblestones. The clop, clop, clop of the horses' hooves and the muted rumble of the wheels were the only sounds in the late-night air, a repetitive, lulling rhythm that somehow kept Watson's anxiety from rising too sharply. He focused on the gentle sway of the cab, the hypnotic blur of streetlights passing by the window, each one a soft beacon in the cool, silent night. Upon arriving at the specified address, a small, rather anonymous house on a quiet side street, Watson was met by Mrs. Hudson, whose face, usually so composed, was etched with a profound yet strangely subdued worry. "Oh, doctor," she whispered, her voice barely disturbing the profound silence of the hall. "He is in there. I have done what I could, but he will not hear of a proper physician. He asks only for you, and forbids me to call for anyone else." Watson nodded, his heart beating a slow, steady pulse beneath his ribs. He ascended the narrow staircase. The stairs creaked softly under his weight, a quiet, reassuring sound in the stillness of the old house. The air grew warmer as he approached the landing, carrying the faint, peculiar scent of illness mixed with something sharp and unfamiliar, perhaps a strange, exotic perfume or a medicinal. He opened the door to the sick room and stepped across the threshold, and the familiar, reassuring sight of Sherlock Holmes was replaced by a figure so changed, so frail, that Watson had to steady himself against the doorframe. Holmes lay upon a bed, seemingly consumed by the pillows and blankets. His face, usually so sharp and animated with intellectual fervour, was now pale, drawn, and oddly still. His eyes, however, burned with a feverish, almost unnerving intensity, fixed on the ceiling as if deciphering some complex, invisible code written on the plaster. "Watson," Holmes rasped, his voice a mere thread of its usual vibrant tone. "You have come at last, but I regret to say, my dear fellow, that your services are likely to be of little avail. I have contracted the Tapanuli fever, a scourge from the Orient, and it is fatal, I fear. I have but a few days left." Watson approached the bedside slowly, deliberately. The room was dim, lit only by a single lamp turned low, casting long, peaceful shadows that danced with the occasional flicker of the flame. The very darkness seemed to encourage rest, wrapping the room in a gentle shroud of quietude. "Nonsense, Holmes," Watson said, his voice measured and calm, even as his medical instincts screamed for immediate action. "Let me examine you. Let me take your temperature. We will send for Dr. Ainstree, or perhaps Sir James, and we shall have you right in a day or two." Holmes shook his head, a slight weary movement on the pillow. "No physicians, Watson. I have forbidden it. I have my own reasons, and they are sound. I trust only you to observe and to wait. But you must not come close. I warn you, the fever is highly contagious. Keep your distance, my good fellow. Sit by the fire where the air is purer. I beg you, do not risk yourself." Watson, despite the alarm bells ringing softly in his mind, saw the intensity in Holmes's eyes, an intensity that, despite the weakness, held the familiar spark of a deeper, hidden purpose. He knew his friend well enough to understand that this apparent illness might be part of some grand, elaborate, and deeply secret performance. He decided to play his part to soothe the patient and to observe. He moved to the fireplace, where a few small glowing embers offered a gentle warmth and a faint, comforting scent of wood smoke. He settled into a chair, the soft upholstery yielding beneath him. The sound of the wind outside was a faint, low sigh, occasionally accompanied by the soft, rhythmic patter of rain against the window pane, a sound that to a tired mind could be almost hypnotic. Watson watched his friend. Holmes, who was usually a whirlwind of nervous energy, was now utterly still. His breathing was shallow, a faint rhythmic sound in the quiet room. The silence was deep, interrupted only by the ticking of a hidden clock and the gentle exhalation of the patient. Watson allowed himself to relax into the moment, to let the stillness of the room seep into his own spirit. He noticed the details of the room, observed with the quiet precision Holmes had taught him. A small, strange ivory box stood on the mantelpiece, its carvings intricate and mesmerizing even in the low light. A clutter of papers was spread out upon a small table near the bed, looking like a discarded puzzle. These were the only interruptions to the overall atmosphere of profound, heavy rest. "Watson," Holmes whispered, his voice startlingly close in the silence. "The pain is excruciating. The fever rages. I assure you my condition is grave. But what is even more vexing is that I am without my restorative, my necessities. What is it you require, Holmes? Tell me, and I shall fetch it immediately," Watson asked, rising slightly in his chair. "You must not touch me, Watson, And you must not go yet, Holmes insisted, his eyes closing for a moment in apparent distress. It is the lamp. It is a rare substance, a powder. It is in that ivory box on the mantel. But I need money, my dear fellow. An exorbitant sum. 5 golden sovereigns. Watson felt a prickle of confusion, but maintained his calm, soothing composure. If you need money, Holmes, it is yours. But why must I wait? Why can I not examine you now, and then fetch this powder? Holmes's eyes fluttered open, dark and intense in the dim light. Because, my dear Watson, I must first be sure, and secondly, you must swear to me that you will not leave this room, no matter what happens, until 6 o'clock this evening. I have my reasons. They are of the utmost importance. I need your presence, but I need your distance. Watson felt the pull of the mystery, but the sight of his friend's apparent suffering was the stronger force. He was a physician first and a confidant second. He sighed, a soft, resigned sound. Very well, Holmes, I swear it. I will remain here until 6 o'clock, but you must allow me to at least make you comfortable, to moisten your lips. No, Holmes cried, a flash of his old vehemence appearing, then immediately fading into a whimper of pain. No, stay where you are. I have my own method, and now I must request an act of faith. I need you to adjust that lamp. Turn it up, please. High. I need to see the room clearly, to focus my mind against the encroaching darkness. It is my only shield. Watson walked slowly toward the lamp, moving with a quiet grace so as not to disturb the profound quiet of the sick room. He reached for the dimmer, his fingers brushing the cool brass. The light intensified slowly, spreading a warmer, more golden illumination across the room. The shadows retreated, and the details became clearer. The ivory box, the scattered papers, the drawn curtains that kept the night at bay. He returned to his chair by the dying fire, the increased light making the room feel less oppressive, more reassuring. He settled back, feeling the gentle warmth radiating from the fireplace and the soft upholstery supporting him. The air seemed to grow heavier, more peaceful as he waited, watching the slow, steady rise and fall of Holmes's chest under the covers. The clock ticked on, marking the seconds with a gentle, hypnotic regularity. Watson found himself entering a state of quiet contemplation. His medical mind was assessing the symptoms, the dry skin, the pallor, the intensity in the eyes, the unnatural stillness. He knew that the fever was either genuine and terrifying, or part of a masterful deception. In either case, the only thing he could do was remain calm, wait and observe. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the gentle sounds of the room, the faint fire crackle, the soft breathing, the distant street silence, wash over him. It was in this tranquil state of waiting that the first unusual sound broke the silence. A soft, almost imperceptible scratching at the outer door. Then a hushed step in the hallway. Holmes stirred, his eyes snapping open. He raised a wasted hand in a silent, imperative gesture for absolute stillness. Watson, understanding the signal immediately, remained utterly motionless, his gaze fixed on the quiet, closed door of the room. The air held its breath. The door opened just a fraction of an inch, slowly, silently. A figure slipped into the room, moving with a soft, careful tread, almost like a shadow detaching itself from the wall. The figure was a man, large and imposing even when moving quietly. He wore a dark suit, and a soft, expensive-looking hat was held loosely in his hands. The light from the lamp fell upon the man's face, revealing a countenance that was both powerful and unsettlingly smooth, possessing an air of profound, quiet calculation. This was a man of business, perhaps, but one whose business was conducted in the shadows. He approached the bedside, his eyes fixed on the apparently dying detective. He did not notice Watson, who was well concealed in the dim corner by the fire and the strategically placed large armchair. The man leaned over Holmes, and his voice when it came was a low, sibilant whisper that seemed to absorb the surrounding sound. "So, Mr. Holmes," he said, a note of cold satisfaction in his tone, "you have come to your end. The Tapanuli fever, is it? A fitting end for a busybody who poked his nose where it did not belong. I warned you. I told you that my operations were not to be trifled with." Holmes groaned, a faint, pitiful sound. "I know you, Culverton Smith. I know the work of your hand. The victim, Mr. Scott Eccles. It was your poison, administered with such subtle malice, and now you have come here to relish your final victory." Culverton Smith smiled, a slow, chilling curve of the lips that did not reach his eyes. "Relish? No, Mr. Holmes, merely to observe, and to assure myself that the fever runs its full course. Tell me, has your good friend Dr. Watson been summoned yet? I understand you refused a proper doctor." Holmes weakly lifted a hand, pointing vaguely in the direction of the quiet corner. He is here, but he is a simple country practitioner. He has tried to help, but he understands little of these exotic diseases. He cannot save me." Smith's eyes scanned the dim corner where Watson sat, but his gaze passed over the stationary figure, dismissing the shadows as mere emptiness. The deceptive darkness, now subtly intensified by the brightness of the central lamp, served its purpose perfectly. "A pity for the good doctor," Smith mused, his voice smooth and deep. "But you, Holmes, you shall not speak of these things again. The fever will take your voice, and then your mind, and then your life. I have only to wait." He reached into his breast pocket and withdrew a small, intricately carved silver box. The metal, catching the low lamplight, possessed a dull, unsettling gleam, and its surface was etched with minute, delicate patterns that suggested a foreign origin, perhaps something far-flung and ancient. Culverton Smith held this small object with an almost tender reverence, turning it slightly in his fingers before he finally lifted the hinged lid. Upon opening it, the faint, sharp, slightly sickly sweet smell that Watson had first noticed earlier in the air seemed to concentrate and intensify into a palpable cloud. It was a peculiar aroma, heavy and cloying, reminiscent of decaying leaves and exotic, dangerous spices, an olfactory confirmation of the nefarious purpose Smith had travelled here to fulfill. He held the box directly under Holmes's nose, hovering there for a long, deliberate moment, forcing the invalid to inhale the subtle vapour emanating from the interior. Smith leaned closer, his large frame looming over the frail figure on the bed, creating a deep shadow that momentarily enveloped Holmes. "This, my dear Mr. Holmes," Smith murmured, his voice a low, chilling caress, "contains the very essence of the disease, a concentrated form of the contagion, painstakingly prepared from the finest specimens. Think of it as a final, gentle push to speed your journey, an accelerator for the inevitable. Breathe deeply, let it enter your system, for it is a sweet, final slumber that awaits you. You will simply drift away, and the doctors will blame the original fever." The quiet confidence in his tone was perhaps the most frightening thing of all, transforming the sick room into a stage for this slow, methodical act of malice. Holmes recoiled, weakly thrashing against the blankets with a sudden, desperate energy that was quickly spent. His head turned sharply away from the noxious box, and his movements were pathetically minimal, the picture of a man fighting against an overwhelming, invisible adversary. But Smith, his expression utterly unmoved, held the box steady, its faint, pervasive scent permeating the air around the bed. Watson, observing this horrifying, drawn-out display from his concealed post, felt a cold knot of dread and potent rage tighten fiercely in his stomach. He wanted desperately to leap forward, to seize the villain and dash the dangerous box across the room. Yet the memory of his solemn oath, his promise to remain utterly still, held him fast. He remembered, too, the strange, desperate gleam in Holmes's feverish eyes when the oath was extracted, a look that silently screamed of a deeper plan. He waited, his muscles taut and trembling beneath his coat, every instinct screaming for action while every fibre of his will demanded stillness. His breath was held until his lungs ached, maintaining absolute silence. Finally, having satisfied his cruel ritual, Smith closed the box with a soft, sharp click, a small sound that nonetheless seemed terribly loud and final in the profound, heavy silence of the sick room. He straightened up slowly, adjusting the lapels of his coat with a satisfied air, his mission apparently accomplished. The danger, Watson realized with a rush of relief, had passed for the moment. "Farewell, Mr. Holmes," Smith said, his voice now almost cheerful, the cold edge of malice slightly dulled by the success of his wicked venture. He looked down at the pale, still face on the pillow with a lingering, proprietary look. "The world will be a quieter place without your irritating intelligence and your unfortunate habit of meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Rest now, peacefully, as you fade into the darkness." He turned and began to move silently and gracefully toward the door, his shadow receding along the wall as he moved back toward the hallway. Watson, his heart now beating a slow, heavy, almost painful rhythm against his ribs, waited, counting the slow, deliberate footsteps until they were near the threshold. Just as Smith's hand reached out, his fingers brushing the cool brass of the doorknob, Holmes's voice, now astonishingly clear, strong and entirely free of any illness, weakness, or rasp, boomed across the small silent room. "Thank you, Mr. Smith. You have played your part perfectly, and I believe the performance has run its course." Smith froze instantly, his body rigid and utterly still in the doorway, his hand hovering over the exit. He stood like a statue carved from sudden, blinding shock. He turned slowly, almost mechanically, his face contorted in an expression of profound, unbelieving horror, his smooth features finally breaking under the impossible reality of the moment. "You!" he gasped, his voice barely a choked, pathetic whisper of accusation. All his previous composure dissolved. It cannot be. The fever, the symptoms were real." Holmes sat up swiftly in the bed, tossing the blankets and pillows aside with a sudden, vigorous flourish of his surprisingly healthy arms. He looked immaculate, well dressed beneath his nightshirt and utterly restored, his eyes now sparkling with their usual brilliant, formidable energy. He was the picture of robust health and triumphant intellect. "I am perfectly well, Smith," Holmes stated, a small victorious smile playing on his lips. His voice resonated with the full authority that Watson knew so well. "And thanks to your vanity and your overwhelming confidence in your own methods, I have secured my evidence, complete and witnessed. Observe the ivory box on the mantel. That, as you know, is the very receptacle I use to introduce a minimal, non-lethal trace of the aponeuly contagion to myself, is it not? A little souvenir from the Orient, as you described it, one that mimics the disease. I simply borrowed your method and, with Dr. Watson's unsuspecting aid, deliberately and drastically exaggerated the symptoms. The entire performance, my dear fellow, was orchestrated solely for your benefit." Holmes then turned his piercing gaze toward the dim corner. "And now, my dear Watson, I think you may emerge from the shadows. The performance is complete. I am quite hungry, and I fancy a slice of that cold mutton you were promising." Watson, finally released from his agonizing restraint, rose slowly from the armchair, stretching his stiff limbs. The quiet relief that flooded him was immense, a warm wave washing away the tension. He stepped fully into the light, and Culverton Smith stared at the two men, his composure finally shattered. "Dr. Watson!" he exclaimed, his voice now high-pitched with outrage and sudden fear. "You were here all the time. This is an outrage. This is entrapment." "Indeed, Mr. Smith," Watson said, his tone now carrying the cool, authoritative edge of a witness to a crime. "I have heard everything, and I have been in the deepest state of observation imaginable. Every word you spoke, every movement you made is etched clearly in my memory." Holmes did not allow Smith to reply. He turned his attention to the door and clapped his hands once. The door opened immediately, and Inspector Morton of Scotland Yard stepped quietly into the room, his face impassive. "Inspector," Holmes said, waving a hand toward the now defeated Smith, "you may take your man. He has just provided us with a full, unprompted confession and a demonstration of his methods. I believe you will find the silver box he was carrying most enlightening. It is the very essence of the Tapanuli contagion." The inspector moved forward, his movements quiet and professional, placing a firm, gentle hand on Smith's shoulder. Smith offered no resistance. He seemed utterly defeated, all the cold malice draining out of him, leaving only a residue of weary resignation. The subsequent departure was swift and quiet. Smith and the inspector slipped away into the night, their footsteps fading quickly into the general quietude of the London streets. The room was left in a profound, peaceful silence once more. Watson turned to Holmes, a complex mix of exasperation and affection on his face. "Holmes! You absolute rascal! You permitted me to believe you were dying. I have never been so distressed in all my life. The anguish, the fear." Holmes, now swinging his legs lightly over the side of the bed, smiled with a deep, tranquil satisfaction. "My dear Watson, forgive me, but the performance was necessary. Smith is the subtlest of villains. He would never have betrayed his nature except in the belief that he was safe, triumphant, and free from detection. Your presence, your genuine distress, and your medical knowledge, or rather your feigned lack of medical knowledge, lent the final, crucial air of authenticity to the scene. He rose and walked over to the fireplace, leaning against the mantelpiece with a restored vigour that was quite astonishing. He picked up the ivory box and turned it over in his hand, the small, intricate carvings catching the soft lamplight. The sickness was real enough, Watson, for the first few hours. A brief, self-administered dose of the actual contagion, just enough to produce the necessary symptoms, but not enough to truly endanger me. I have built up a degree of immunity through my studies, you see. The key, however, was in the refusal of a proper physician. Only a man who intended to prove that the illness was fatal and who wished to lure the true culprit to his bedside would insist on such a thing. Watson, his composure entirely restored, took a deep, calming breath. The quiet rhythm of his friend's voice explaining the complex weave of the deception was itself a soothing sound, a return to the familiar comfort of their shared life. The mystery which had caused such alarm was now resolved, and the resulting peace was profound. But the money, Holmes? Watson asked, the final piece of the puzzle falling softly into place. 5 golden sovereigns. Holmes gave a faint, satisfied chuckle. Ah, yes, the money. It was simply to get you up and moving, my dear fellow, so that you would be occupied for a moment when Smith arrived, giving him the impression that you were still searching for a purse or preparing to leave. A small piece of theatrical misdirection. And also, he added, his eyes twinkling, a pleasant reward for a service well rendered. The two men stood for a moment in the deep, peaceful quiet of the room. The lamp burned with a steady, tranquil glow, casting its warm light over the small, tidy space. The sounds of the outside world, the distant, lonely rumble of a carriage, the soft, sighing wind, seemed far away, unable to penetrate the quietude of their successful chamber. Holmes stretched a slow, languid movement and then smiled at his friend. The game is over, Watson, and I confess feigning a mortal illness is a surprisingly draining business. I am profoundly ready for a period of true, unfeigned rest. Watson nodded, a soft smile on his own face. I agree entirely, Holmes. Let us return to Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson will be worried, and a warm fire, a good supper, and a long, untroubled sleep are clearly in order for both of us. The return journey was even quieter than the frantic journey to the house had been. The carriage rolled gently through the now utterly silent streets, the world outside a soft-edged, blurred canvas of muted colours and hazy gaslight. The gentle, rocking motion of the cab was deeply soporific, a subtle cradle in the heart of the great city. Back at 221B, the familiar scent of coal smoke old paper and pipe tobacco was a deep, comforting welcome. Mrs. Hudson, upon seeing her lodger perfectly well and restored, offered a brief, satisfied tut, and immediately set about preparing a substantial, comforting late meal. Watson watched as Holmes settled into his favourite armchair by the newly stoked fire. The flames licked the wood with a quiet, rhythmic hush, casting flickering golden light over the comfortable room. The shadows were deep and warm, retreating into the corners to offer a sense of profound enclosure and safety. Holmes closed his eyes, his long, delicate fingers steepled beneath his chin. His breathing was slow, even, and deep, the breathing of a man whose mind has been fully taxed and is now gratefully yielding to the call of peace. Watson, pouring himself a cup of warm spiced tea, felt the last traces of anxiety and the residual tension of the day slip away. The silence in the room was not empty, but full, filled with the presence of a solved mystery, a secure friendship, and the quiet contentment of a difficult task completed. He looked at his friend, seeing the faint, peaceful outline of his face in the firelight. Sherlock Holmes, the master detective, was resting. The great machine of his mind had shut down, granting itself the necessary oblivion. Watson himself settled back into his own chair. The tea was warm and soothing. The fire offered its gentle, comforting heat. The world outside their window was sleeping, a great, calm presence wrapped in the velvet silence of the late night. He felt a profound, gentle calm settle over him, an invitation to join the vast, silent world in its rest. He closed his own eyes. The image of the bright, steady lamplight, the quiet click of the silver box, and the sound of Holmes's strong, clear voice of triumph faded gently. All that remained was the warm, rhythmic presence of the fire, the steady comfort of the chair, and the deep, silent promise of a peaceful, well-deserved sleep. The soft, hypnotic rhythm of the fire continued to soothe. The chair embraced him. The silence deepened, and Dr. Watson, utterly safe and at peace, drifted slowly, gently into the quiet, restoring dark. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes. The mystery of his last boo. The evening light lay soft and golden across the Sussex downs, painting the rolling hills in shades of amber and rose. It was the 2nd day of August in the year 1914, and the air hung warm and still, carrying with it the distant whisper of the sea. Along the chalky cliffs, wildflowers nodded in the breeze. Delicate harebells and wild thyme releasing their subtle fragrance into the drowsy air. The sun, slowly descending toward the western horizon, cast long shadows that stretched and softened across the landscape, as if the world itself were preparing for rest. It was a picture of utter fragile peace, the kind of pastoral perfection that seemed immutable, untouched by the machinations of man. On a small terrace overlooking the channel, two figures sat in comfortable silence. The villa behind them was modest but charming, its stone walls covered in climbing roses that had bloomed throughout the summer. The petals, now touched by the evening light, glowed soft pink and cream, their perfume mingling with the salt-tinged breeze that drifted up from the water below. A weathered wooden table stood between the two men. Upon it a tray bearing a decanter of amber liquid and two crystal glasses that caught the dying sunlight. Sherlock Holmes sat in a wicker chair, his long frame relaxed, his eyes half closed as he gazed out toward the darkening sea. The years had touched his features with a gentle hand. His hair was iron grey now, his face marked by the passage of time, yet his expression held a quality of deep contentment. He wore a simple linen jacket and soft trousers, his collar open, his entire bearing one of a man who had found peace in quiet contemplation, finally trading the smoke and thunder of London for the quiet industry of his bees. Beside him, on a small side table, lay an open book, its pages fluttering occasionally in the breeze, a silent testament to his scholarly pursuit of apiculture. His companion was Dr. John Watson, grown stouter with age, his hair white as sea foam, his kind face weathered but warm. Watson sat with his hands folded across his waist, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched the sun paint its slow masterpiece across the sky. The two friends had spent the afternoon in pleasant conversation, speaking of old times and distant memories, their voices low and unhurried, a gentle echo of their shared adventurous past. "I cannot remember," Watson said softly, breaking the comfortable silence, "when last I felt so thoroughly at peace." Holmes turned his head slowly, his grey eyes reflecting the evening light. "The world has a way of spinning too quickly," he murmured, his voice carrying that familiar dry warmth that Watson had known for so many years. "It does one good to step away from its frenetic pace and simply observe, to watch the sun set, to listen to the sea." The master observer, having mastered the world of men, was now dedicating his gifts to the natural world. "You have chosen your refuge well," Watson replied, gesturing to the view before them. "This is a far cry from Baker Street." A soft smile touched Holmes's lips. "Indeed. Thus I confess, old friend, there are moments when I miss the fog rolling past our windows, the sound of hansoms on the cobblestones." He paused, his gaze drifting back to the horizon. "But this has a rhythm all its own. The bees keep me occupied. They are remarkable creatures, you know, patient, methodical. There is much to learn from their quiet industry." The simplicity of the apiary offered a complexity more satisfying than any criminal mind. Watson nodded, his eyes growing heavy as the warmth of the evening and the gentle cadence of his friend's voice washed over him. "You have written your monograph, then?" "Nearly complete," Holmes said, his voice growing softer, almost dreamlike. "Though I suspect it shall interest only a handful of apiarists, and perhaps one or two particularly dedicated entomologists. But that is the beauty of retirement, Watson. One may pursue one's interests without regard for practical application or public acclaim." He had shed the burden of fame and the responsibility of the public gaze. The sun dipped lower, touching the edge of the sea, and the water seemed to catch fire. Brilliant orange and deep crimson spreading across the gentle waves. A fishing boat drifted on the distant water, its white sail glowing like a ghost against the darkening blue. From somewhere down the cliff path came the evening song of a thrush, its melodious notes floating up on the warm air, a final benediction to the day. Holmes reached for the decanter and poured 2 small measures of brandy, the liquid catching the last vestiges of daylight as it fell into the glasses with a soft, musical sound, like a tiny cascade of liquid amber. The aroma rose in gentle spirals, rich with the warmth of oak casks, a whisper of distant orchards, and a hint of smoke from the long summers of slow aging. He handed one to Watson, who accepted it with a murmur of thanks, the glass warm against his fingers. They raised their glasses in a silent toast, the crystal chiming softly as it touched, and each took a slow, deliberate sip. The brandy was smooth, a lingering warmth spreading through the chest and easing the mind, carrying with it a sense of calm and permanence, a momentary harbour before the tides of life inevitably shifted. For a time they sat in quiet companionship, the 2 men absorbing the soft hush of evening. The downs stretched out below them, folded in shadow and silvered by the rising stars, and the scent of wild flowers and damp earth mingled with the lingering perfume of the roses on the terrace. Somewhere a nightingale sang its solitary song, each note carrying on the breeze across the cliffs, blending with the distant whisper of the waves. "Do you miss it?" Watson asked after a while, his voice barely above a whisper, fragile as if speaking too loudly might shatter the delicate spell of the evening. "The work, I mean. The puzzles, the cases." Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his eyes distant and unfocused, gazing at some point beyond the hills or perhaps beyond the years. He seemed to weigh the question as carefully as he had once weighed the evidence in a particularly tangled case. "There are times," he said at last, his voice low and steady, "when a curious circumstance presents itself, and I feel the old stirring, a shadow of the thrill, a memory of the chase, But no, Watson, I do not miss it as I once thought I might. The greatest mysteries now lie elsewhere, in watching the subtle change of light across the downs, the slow, deliberate dance of a bee among the flowers, the silent architecture of nature herself. One can spend a lifetime in study and never exhaust her secrets. Watson let the words sink in, the evening wrapping around him like a soft, reassuring blanket. He felt his eyelids growing heavy, the combination of brandy, warm air, and his friend's calm, reflective voice lulling him into a delicious drowsiness. He took another slow sip, savouring the gentle fire of the drink and the quiet glow of the night. "I am glad you have found contentment," he said softly, almost to himself, unaware of the fragile temporariness of this idyllic peace. "As am I, old friend, as am I." Holmes's voice carried the satisfaction of one who had, at last, laid down the weight of decades of pursuit. The stillness of the downs, the comforting companionship of his oldest friend, the perfection of the moment, all of it felt like a sanctuary, a luminous bubble afloat on the calm surface of life. And yet, in the quiet undercurrent of that perfect evening, there lingered an unspoken awareness, the shadow of a great storm soon to sweep across the world, the war that would erupt in mere days and draw the entire nation into its inexorable turbulence. Even here, in their secluded corner of England, the horizon of innocence was about to be broken. The peace they now cherished was precious precisely because it was so fragile, an ephemeral reprieve, a moment of quiet radiance suspended above the churning imminent chaos. For now, though they had this hour, they had each other. They had the soft wind, the scent of roses and earth, the gentle pulse of the sea below, and the slow, steady fire of the brandy warming their hearts. In this sanctuary, the world felt held at bay, and for a little while nothing else existed but the perfect luminous calm of friendship, reflection, and the quiet before the coming storm. The silence that followed was perfect and complete, broken only by the distant murmur of the sea and the occasional cry of a gull returning to its roost. The sky deepened from gold to rose to soft purple, and the first stars began to appear, faint pinpricks of light in the gathering dusk. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the faint scent of salt and the faint earthy aroma of damp cliffside grass. The villa seemed to breathe with the evening, its shutters casting long shadowed rectangles across the terrace. The stone balustrade cool under Watson's hand. It was Watson who noticed the figure first, a distant silhouette making its way up the cliff path toward the villa. He stirred in his chair, blinking away his drowsiness. "Someone approaches," he said quietly. Holmes did not move, though his eyes opened fully, sharp and alert despite their earlier dreamy quality. "Ah, yes," he said, and there was something in his tone, a note of quiet satisfaction, perhaps, or gentle anticipation. "Right on time." Watson turned to look at his friend, puzzled. "You were expecting a visitor?" "In a manner of speaking." Holmes rose from his chair with the grace of a man who, despite his years, remained limber and controlled. The long fingers of his hand moved with deliberation, as though each gesture was a statement in itself. "An old acquaintance. Nothing to be alarmed about, I assure you. Merely the resolution of a rather protracted matter." The figure drew closer, resolving into a tall man dressed in a motoring coat, his face obscured by the gathering shadows. He walked with measured steps, unhurried, as if he too were part of the evening's peaceful spell. The dimming light caught the glint of his glasses for a fleeting instant, and Watson noted the easy steadiness of his carriage, the confidence that came from long practice and careful observation. When he reached the terrace, he stopped, removing his cap, and Watson saw that he was perhaps 40 years of age, with a lean face and keen, intelligent eyes that seemed to measure the world quietly, without hurry or affectation. "Mr. Holmes," the man said, his voice respectful, quiet. "Dr. Watson, I hope I'm not intruding upon your evening." "Not at all," Holmes replied, gesturing to a third chair. "Please, join us. Watson, may I introduce Mr. Altamont? He has been assisting me with a small matter these past few months." Watson half rose, extending his hand, which the stranger shook with a firm but gentle grip. There was something familiar about the man, though Watson could not quite place it. A sense of recognition that danced just beyond the edge of his memory. As Mr. Altamont settled into the chair, Holmes poured a third glass of brandy and handed it to him, the amber liquid catching the last vestiges of sunlight in a warm glow. "The matter is concluded, then?" Holmes asked, his tone conversational, as if discussing the weather or the habits of bees. "Yes," Altamont replied, accepting the glass. "All arrangements have been made. The documents have been secured and will be delivered to the proper authorities by morning. It was, as you predicted, a simple matter of patience and observation." Holmes nodded slowly, seeming pleased. "Excellent. I confess I'm relieved to have it finished. One final obligation, neatly tied." Watson looked between the two men, curiosity stirring through his drowsiness, but something in Holmes's manner suggested that questions could wait. This was not a moment for urgency or alarm, but rather for quiet completion, for the gentle closing of a chapter, a rare satisfaction that did not need words to be understood. The three men sat together as the darkness deepened, the stars growing brighter overhead. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light, and the sea below had become a vast, dark expanse, barely visible save for the white foam of waves breaking against the base of the cliffs. A lighthouse somewhere distant along the coast began its slow, rhythmic pulse, a steady beacon in the night, casting long, watery reflections upon the undulating water. The air had grown cooler, carrying a whisper of the approaching night, yet the warmth of the terrace and the faint glow of lanterns provided a quiet cocoon. "I have often thought," Holmes said, his voice soft and musing, "that there is something profoundly comforting about a lighthouse, a constant presence, unwavering, offering guidance through the darkness. We could all benefit from such steadiness." Altamont smiled faintly. "You have been such a beacon yourself, Mr. Holmes, these many years." Holmes waved a hand dismissively. "I have simply done what needed to be done. No more, no less. The true credit belongs to those who work in silence and shadow, asking for no recognition." He paused, then added almost to himself, "And now that work is done." Watson felt a question forming, but the warmth of the evening and the brandy in his veins made it seem distant and unimportant. Whatever matter Holmes had been engaged in, it was clearly resolved, and resolved peacefully. That was enough. After a time, Altamont rose, setting his empty glass on the table with barely a sound. "I should be going," he said quietly. "The drive back to London is a long one, and I would prefer to travel while the roads are quiet." Holmes stood as well, extending his hand. "Thank you, my friend. You have my gratitude, and the gratitude of many who will never know your name." "It has been an honor," Altamont replied, shaking first Holmes's hand, then Watson's. "Gentlemen, I wish you both peace and good health. May your retirement be long and tranquil." "And yours as well, when the time comes," Holmes said with a slight smile. They watched as the figure descended the path, disappearing into the darkness, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading until it was absorbed by the wind and the eternal voice of the sea. Watson turned to his friend, who had returned to his chair, settling back with a soft sigh of contentment, eyes reflecting the starlight above. "Holmes," he said gently, "I confess I understood very little of what just transpired, but I trust that all is well." Holmes lifted his gaze to the stars, letting the quiet of the evening fill the space between them. "All is as it should be, Watson. Sometimes the most profound victories are those that pass quietly, leaving only the faintest ripple behind." "All is very well indeed, Watson. A small service to the nation, rendered quietly and without fanfare. But it is over now, truly over, and we may rest easy in our hearts." Holmes reached over and patted his friend's arm affectionately, the gesture light yet grounding, as if sealing the matter with a touch. "Come, Let us sit a while longer and watch the stars. There is nowhere else I would rather be, and no better company I could wish for." Watson settled deeper into his chair, feeling a profound sense of rightness, of completion, a rare sensation, and all the more precious for its rarity. The night air had grown cooler, but it was pleasant, refreshing, the kind of cool that soothed sun-warmed skin. It carried with it all the sense of summer, the roses brushing softly against the garden wall, the tang of the sea, the faint sweetness of wild thyme somewhere near the edge of the terrace, and beneath it all the warm earth still holding the day's heat like a memory it was reluctant to let go. Above them, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, constant and eternal. A slow drift of clouds, pale and silvery, moved like ghostly ships across the horizon. The lantern on the table flickered at times, its small flame dancing in the faint breeze. Somewhere on the hillside an owl let out a soft, questioning call and received no answer. The world felt vast and quiet and perfectly at peace. "Do you remember," Holmes said after a long silence, his voice dreamy and distant, "that case in the spring of '91? The matter of the copper beeches?" Watson opened his eyes again, though only halfway. "I do," he replied, smiling at the memory that rose unbidden. Miss Violet Hunter standing bravely before them, the strange house with its eerie rules, the sense of foreboding that had hung over everything until the truth came gently into the light. Miss Hunter, a brave young woman. Indeed, Holmes's voice softened further, touched by an almost nostalgic warmth. "I have often thought of that case when tending my own bees, the strange connections the mind makes." He chuckled faintly, a sound so rare and gentle that Watson felt something stir warmly in his chest. That case seemed complex at the time, fraught with potential danger, yet it resolved itself so gently in the end. "As most things do," Watson murmured, "given time and patience." "Yes," Holmes agreed softly. "Yes, that is the great lesson, is it not? That patience, observation, and calm reason will see one through even the darkest puzzles, and that in the end there is always light." The words drifted between them like a warm breeze, unhurried, unforced. They lapsed into silence once more, and Watson felt his eyes growing heavy again. The chair seemed to cradle him, the world narrowing to the soft rhythm of Holmes's breathing beside him, the distant whisper of the waves below, and the soft rustle of the roses in the breeze. The night was a lullaby, the sea its bass note, the wind its soothing hum, the stars its quiet, glittering refrain. Each sensation wove itself around him until he felt suspended, neither fully awake nor yet asleep, floating peacefully between the two. "Watson," Holmes said quietly, and his voice seemed to come from very far away, softened by distance or perhaps by tenderness. You have been the truest friend a man could ask for. Through all the years, all the cases, all the dangers, you have stood beside me. I want you to know that I am grateful beyond words. Watson's heart swelled with affection, as if it expanded outward into the night itself. As am I, dear fellow, as am I. He reached out without opening his eyes and let his hand rest lightly on Holmes's forearm, a simple gesture of companionship. When I came to this place, Holmes continued, his words slow and measured like a meditation spoken aloud, I believed I was coming to escape, to hide away from the world and its troubles, but I see now that I was coming to find something instead. Peace, yes, but more than that, a sense of completion, of wholeness, and having you here, sharing this evening, this beautiful, quiet evening, it feels like the final piece falling into place. Watson could hear the sincerity, the deep calm beneath the words, and it lulled him further, wrapping around him like a warm blanket. It is perfect, Watson murmured, his eyes now fully closed, his body utterly relaxed, sinking into the chair as though it were a soft drift of cloud. Absolutely perfect. Holmes did not answer immediately. Instead, he breathed out slowly, contentedly, and tipped his head back to watch the slow turning of the heavens. And there, on the quiet terrace overlooking the murmuring sea, the two old friends sat together in a peace deeper than words, two lives intertwined by years of adventure, now joined in the simple, sacred stillness of the night. The stars turned overhead, marking the slow passage of time, though time itself seemed to have lost its urgency, its harsh insistence. Here, on this terrace above the sea, with the night wrapped around them like a soft blanket, and the universe spread above them in all its vast, quiet glory, there was only the present moment, peaceful and complete. Holmes continued to speak, his voice barely more than a whisper now, weaving stories and memories into the night air. Each word fell like a feather, carried lightly by the gentle breeze. He spoke of other cases, other times, the hound on the moors, the singular affair of the aluminum crutch, the adventure of the Bruce Partington plans. Each story flowed into the next like water, like the gentle waves below, and Watson listened with half-dreaming attention, seeing the scenes unfold behind his closed eyes like something from a distant, pleasant dream. "We have lived remarkable lives," Holmes said, his voice tinged with wonder, with gratitude. "We have seen things few men ever see, solved puzzles that seemed impossible, brought light into dark places, and now we rest. We have earned this peace, old friend. We have earned this quiet." "Yes," Watson breathed, barely able to form the word, so deep was his relaxation. "We have. The night deepened around them. Shadows pooled in the corners of the terrace, softening the edges of the villa, the roses, the low walls. The temperature had dropped just enough to be refreshing, brushing cool fingers over their faces and arms, yet leaving the warmth of the day lingering like a tender memory. The stars burned brighter as the last traces of twilight faded from the western sky, each one a pinprick of ancient fire. An owl called from somewhere in the garden, its soft hoot a benediction echoing faintly against the cliffs. The roses released their final burst of perfume, as they always did in the cooling air of evening, a scent both vivid and fleeting, like a memory of warmth before sleep. Holmes fell silent at last, and the two friends sat together in perfect communion, not needing words, not needing anything beyond this moment, this place, this companionship that had sustained them through so many years. The mysteries were solved, the dangers past, the adventures complete. What remained was this, the peace of a summer night, the comfort of true friendship, the gentle descent into dreams. Watson's breathing had slowed, deepened, becoming the steady rhythmic cadence of sleep. Holmes listened to that familiar sound, feeling a contentment so profound it brushed at the edges of his soul like sunlight. He had spent his life in pursuit of truth, of justice, of the resolution of mysteries both grand and small. And now, in this quiet moment, he understood that the greatest mystery had been answered. What it meant to live a life of meaning, of purpose, of love. He rose slowly, carefully, so as not to disturb his sleeping friend. From a cupboard inside the villa, he retrieved a soft blanket, draping it gently over Watson's form. The doctor stirred slightly but did not wake, merely settling deeper into his chair with a soft sigh of contentment, the faintest smile brushing his lips. Holmes returned to his own seat and gazed out over the dark sea. The lighthouse continued its faithful pulse, on and off, a rhythmic heartbeat across the night. He thought of all the ships that would navigate by that light, all the lives kept safe by its simple constancy. He thought of his own life, the cases he had solved, the people he had helped, and allowed himself for perhaps the first time to feel a deep and untroubled satisfaction, a stillness of mind that had eluded him for decades. The cool night air moved across his face like a blessing. The stars wheeled overhead, ancient and eternal. The sea whispered its endless song. Tomorrow would bring new days, new sunrises, new small discoveries among the garden and the bees. But tonight there was only this, the perfect stillness, the gentle darkness, the soft blanket of peace that had settled over the world. Holmes closed his eyes, listening to Watson's peaceful breathing, feeling the cool night air on his skin, smelling the roses and the salt-tinged breeze. His mind, that remarkable instrument that had served him so well for so many years, finally grew quiet, finally ceased its endless churning of analysis and deduction. There was nothing left to solve, nothing left to prove, nothing left to do but rest. And so he rested. The hours passed, measured only by the patient stars, the faithful lighthouse, and the eternal rhythm of the waves. The two friends slept on their terrace above the sea, wrapped in the peace they had earned, held safe by the gentle night. The breeze drifted through the roses, carrying their fragrance out across the downs, and somewhere in the garden a cricket began its sleepy, lilting song. The world turned, as it always had and always would. Yet here, in this small corner of England, time seemed to stop, suspended in perfect, gentle equilibrium. The mysteries were solved, the work was done, and in the quiet of a summer night, two old friends rested together, at peace at last. The stars shone down with their gentle light, the sea sang its eternal lullaby, and the roses released their perfume into the darkness. All was well, all was complete, all was exactly as it should be. And in that perfect stillness, that profound peace, there was nothing left to do but sleep and dream and rest. Sleep now, gentle traveller. Let the night hold you safely. Let the stars watch over your rest. Let the gentle rhythm of the sea carry you into dreams. All is well. All is peaceful. All is complete. Rest now, rest. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, the mystery of the 6 Napoleons. The fog had settled over London like a blanket of fleece, thick and comforting in its constancy. From the window of 221B Baker Street, the world beyond appeared as little more than suggestion. The distant glow of street lamps rendered into gentle aureoles of amber light. The outlines of buildings softened into dreamlike sketches. It was the sort of evening that invited quiet contemplation, a slow cup of tea, and the peaceful tick of the clock on the mantelpiece marking time in its unhurried way. I had arrived at Holmes's rooms just as the lamplighters were making their rounds, their figures appearing and disappearing in the mist like friendly phantoms going about their ancient work. Each lamp they touched bloomed into life with a soft golden glow, creating islands of warmth in the grey evening. I paused for a moment on the pavement, watching this ancient ritual, feeling the cool moisture of the fog settle gently on my face like the touch of silk. The journey to Baker Street had been a peaceful one, despite the thickness of the weather. My hansom cab had moved slowly through the muffled streets, the horses' hooves making soft rhythmic sounds against the cobblestones. Inside the cab, wrapped in my coat, I had watched the familiar landmarks of London drift past like images in a dream. The corner chemist's shop with its coloured bottles glowing in the window, the tobacco shop with its wooden Indian standing sentinel, the bookshop where I sometimes browsed on Sunday afternoons, all of them softened by fog, made gentle and mysterious. Mrs. Hudson had greeted me at the door with her customary warmth, taking my coat and remarking on the thickness of the fog with the satisfied tone of one who is safely indoors with nowhere pressing to go. She brushed a few droplets of moisture from the shoulders with a gentle, maternal gesture. "Mr. Holmes is in his chair, Doctor," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the peaceful atmosphere of the house. "He's been there since tea time, quite lost in thought. Perhaps you'll rouse him a bit, though I must say he seems quite content in his contemplations this evening." She paused at the foot of the stairs, her hand resting lightly on the banister. "I've just made a fresh pot of tea, and there are some of those biscuits you're fond of, the ones with the almonds. I'll bring them up shortly." But when I entered the familiar sitting room, with its comfortable clutter and the fire burning low and steady in the grate, I found I had no desire to rouse anyone from anything. The room embraced me like an old friend. The familiar scent of tobacco and old leather, mingled with the faint sweetness of the beeswax Mrs. Hudson used on the furniture, created an atmosphere of complete comfort and safety. Holmes sat in his armchair, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes half closed in that particular state of repose that was neither quite sleep nor quite waking. He had changed into his mouse-coloured dressing gown, and his feet were stretched toward the fire in his old Persian slippers. On the side table beside him sat a cold cup of tea, forgotten in his reverie, and several newspapers lay scattered across the floor at his feet like fallen leaves. The room itself seemed to breathe with contentment. The soft creak of settling wood, the gentle hiss of the fire, the distant murmur of London going peacefully about its evening routines. The curtains had been drawn against the fog, creating a warm cocoon of amber lamplight. On the mantelpiece, Holmes's pipes stood in their rack like old soldiers at ease, and the Persian slipper where he kept his tobacco hung limply, nearly empty. The violin rested in its case on the sideboard, silent for now, though I knew it had likely been played earlier in the afternoon during one of Holmes's meditative sessions. I took a moment to observe the room more carefully, as Holmes had taught me to do. A book lay open on the arm of his chair, a volume of medieval history, I noted, open to a chapter about the Borgias. Interesting. The coal scuttle was nearly full, suggesting Mrs. Hudson had recently replenished it. The evening papers had been delivered and read, their pages now serving as footrests for my friend's contemplative repose. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without opening his eyes fully. His voice was quiet, almost dreamlike. "I heard your tread upon the stair. The odd number of steps tells me you paused on the landing, 17 instead of your usual 16. The fog has slowed your usual pace by approximately 15 seconds. You stopped on the landing to catch your breath. The evening is heavy with moisture, and I detect in your breathing the slight wheeze that tells me the dampness has affected your old war wound in the shoulder. You should have worn a heavier scarf. I smiled at this characteristic deduction and settled into my own chair opposite him, feeling the day's tensions beginning to ease from my shoulders. The chair seemed to welcome me, its cushion moulding perfectly to accommodate my frame. I had sat in this very spot countless times, and it felt as familiar and comfortable as my own bed. "You're quite right, as always," I said, my voice instinctively lowering to match the room's peaceful atmosphere. "It's rather like moving through a cloud out there, peaceful in its way. The fog softens everything, sounds, sights, even one's thoughts seem to move more slowly." I pulled out my pocket watch and glanced at it. 7:30. The evening stretched before us like a calm sea, with no pressing engagements, no urgent calls. I could feel myself beginning to relax more deeply, the cares of my medical practice fading into the background like the fog-dimmed city beyond the windows. "Peaceful," Holmes repeated, and the word seemed to please him. He opened his eyes more fully and gazed into the fire, his expression contemplative and serene. "Yes, I suppose it is. London becomes a gentler place under fog. The harsh edges blur. Sounds travel strangely, softened and made mysterious. The city reveals a different aspect of itself, quieter, more intimate. I find it conducive to thought." He shifted slightly in his chair, and I noticed how the firelight played across his aquiline features, softening them, making him appear almost boyish despite his sharp intellect. "I have always found something soothing about fog," he continued, his voice taking on a musing quality. "It reminds us that not everything needs to be seen clearly all at once. Sometimes the world is better experienced in glimpses, in suggestions. Mystery is not always something to be solved immediately. Sometimes it is simply something to be experienced, to be sat with like a piece of music." For a long while we sat in comfortable silence, watching the flames dance their slow, hypnotic dance. The coals glowed with a deep, warm red, like the heart of a sleeping dragon, and occasionally one would shift with a soft whisper, sending up a small spiral of sparks that disappeared into the darkness of the chimney like ascending stars. The fire had been built with care. I could see Mrs. Hudson's practiced hand in the arrangement of the logs, each placed to burn slowly and steadily, providing hours of gentle warmth without need for tending. I found my gaze drifting around the room, taking in the small detail that made it so distinctly Holmes's domain. The chemistry apparatus on the side table, dormant now but recently used, judging by the faint chemical smell that lingered. The stack of monographs he had been writing held down by a paperweight, a curious piece of polished agate that caught and held the firelight. The Persian rug beneath our feet, worn in pleasant patterns by years of pacing during difficult cases. It was Holmes who eventually spoke, his voice remaining low and thoughtful. "I have been considering a rather curious matter, Watson. Nothing urgent, you understand. Nothing requiring immediate action. but curious nonetheless. I settled deeper into my chair, feeling the cushion embrace me. "Tell me about it." Holmes reached to the side table and lifted a newspaper, though his movements were languorous, unhurried. The paper rustled softly, a sound I'd always found oddly comforting. The sound of information being gathered, of the world being made knowable. There have been 3 incidents in the past week, small matters barely worth noting individually, but there is a pattern, and patterns, as you know, are the bedrock upon which understanding is built. He folded the paper to show me a small column on the 3rd page, his finger marking the spot with the gentleness one might use to mark a place in a beloved book. Small paragraphs, tucked away where few would notice them. But I notice everything, Watson. It is both my blessing and my curse, though on evenings like this I prefer to think of it as merely an interesting habit. "What sort of incidents?" I asked, my voice matching his quiet tone. Outside I could hear the muffled call of a street vendor, selling roasted chestnuts perhaps, his cry made distant and dreamlike by the fog. "Broken busts," Holmes said simply, his voice almost musical, as if murmuring a lullaby. "Plaster busts of Napoleon Bonaparte, 3 of them, shattered deliberately in 3 different places across London. The first in a Kennington road shop window, discovered at dawn with plaster scattered like snow on the pavement. The second in Dr. Barnicot's surgery in Pitt Street, a colleague of yours, though you've never met. He found his waiting room dusted with powder and the bust in fragments. The third only yesterday, in the home of Mr. Horace Harker, a journalist in Lower Norwood." Holmes paused for a sip of cold tea, grimaced faintly, and set the cup aside. "Each break-in between midnight and 2, nothing else touched, no money taken, no other damage, only the Napoleon busts, always plaster, always utterly destroyed." I watched the firelight on his calm features. There was no agitation, no feverish gleam, only the quiet pleasure of a puzzle to be savoured slowly, like a smooth stone turned in the palm. "Were they valuable?" I asked, stretching my legs toward the fire. "Hardly. Cheap, mass-produced, 5 shillings at most. That is what makes it intriguing." He folded the newspaper with his usual precision and laid it aside. "Why such effort for worthless objects? And why only Napoleon when London is full of Shakespeare, Wellington, Victoria? Someone is seeking the little corporal alone." He leaned back against the antimacassar, eyes on the ceiling's dancing shadows. "A grudge against a man dead a century seems absurd. Symbolism, perhaps, or, and this is what I now suspect, the busts are not the true target. They contain something, or the vandal believes they do. The notion hung between us like the fog outside. I pictured those familiar plaster profiles gathering dust on forgotten shelves, until, without warning, they became the desperate focus of a midnight hunt. What secret could possibly lurk inside them? "Perhaps someone bears a grudge against Napoleon," I suggested with a slight smile. Holmes's lips curved gently. A grudge maintained for nearly 80 years after his death would require remarkable dedication. No, I think we must look for something more immediate, more personal. As if summoned by our conversation, there came a gentle knock at the door, and Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard entered, bringing with him a swirl of cool, moist air from the stairwell. He looked tired but peaceful, a man at the end of his day, ready to set down his burdens. His cheeks were ruddy from the cold, and small droplets of moisture clung to his coat and hat like tiny diamonds. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said quietly, removing his hat and holding it in both hands. A small puddle began to form on the floor beneath it. "I apologize for the late call. I thought you might be interested to know there's been another incident. A fourth Napoleon bust, this time in Chiswick." He moved to warm his hands by the fire, and I noticed how the warmth seemed to ease the tension from his shoulders. Lestrade was a good man, I had always thought, dedicated to his work but not possessed by it, capable of leaving the day's troubles at the door when evening came. Holmes gestured to a chair with a welcoming wave of his hand, and Lestrade sank into it gratefully, letting out a small sigh of contentment. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I've been on my feet since dawn. This fog makes everything take twice as long, can't see more than 10 feet ahead, and the horses don't like it either." Mrs. Hudson appeared moments later with tea, as if she had been waiting just beyond the door, listening for the right moment. She moved softly through the room like a benevolent spirit, setting down a fresh pot and clean cups with barely a sound, adding 2 more almond biscuits to the plate with a knowing smile at my appreciation. The tea was hot and sweet, prepared exactly as each of us preferred it, strong and dark for Holmes, with milk and sugar for Lestrade and myself, and we all accepted cups with murmured thanks. The simple ritual of tea drinking seemed to transform the mood of the room. What had been a quiet conversation between 2 friends now became something more convivial, a gathering of colleagues sharing information and ideas in the most civilized manner possible. The warmth of the cups in our hands, the gentle steam rising from the surface of the tea, the sweet comfort of the biscuits, all of it contributed to a sense of peaceful fellowship. "Tell us about it, Lestrade," Holmes said gently, but slowly. "There is no rush. The bust is already broken and the night is long." Lestrade smiled faintly at this and cradled his teacup in both hands. "It's much the same as the others. The bust was in the window of a small antique shop. The owner, a Mr. Josiah Brown, heard the crash around midnight. By the time he got downstairs, the culprit had fled, leaving only fragments of plaster scattered across the pavement." "And was anything stolen?" I asked. "Nothing at all. The shop door wasn't even forced, just the window broken and the bust destroyed." We sat in contemplative silence, sipping our tea. The clock ticked its steady rhythm. Outside I could hear the muffled clip-clop of a horse's hooves passing slowly through the fog, the sound fading gradually into the distance until it was absorbed completely by the night. Holmes rose eventually, moving to his desk where he kept his maps and files. His movements were fluid, dreamlike, as he selected a large map of London and spread it carefully across the table. With a soft pencil, he marked 4 points: Kennington, Pitt Street, Lower Norwood, and Chiswick. "Come and see, Watson. You too, Lestrade." We joined him at the table, forming a quiet circle around the map. The pencil marks formed no obvious pattern at first glance, scattered as they were across different quarters of the city. 4 incidents, Holmes murmured. 4 identical busts, all from the same manufacturer, Gelder and Company in Stepney, all destroyed between midnight and 2 in the morning, all left in fragments, with nothing taken. His finger traced gentle lines between the points, as if connecting invisible threads. "The question is not why Napoleon, but why these particular Napoleons. What makes these 6 busts? For Gelder and Company made precisely 6 in this particular batch. What makes them significant?" "6, I said. "Then there are 2 more still intact." "Precisely, and those, I think, are where we will find our answers." Lestrade leaned forward, his fatigue seeming to lift slightly. "You think there's something hidden in the busts? Something valuable?" "I think," Holmes said slowly, "that someone believes there is. And I think we would do well to locate the remaining 2 busts before our mysterious collector does." The investigation unfolded over the following days in a dreamlike hush, as though the fog itself had slowed time to suit Holmes's mood. He pursued his inquiries with quiet persistence, and I accompanied him, content to watch him move through the city like a man walking through his own thoughts. We visited the workshops of Gelder and Company in a narrow Stepney lane where the fog lay thickest. Inside, the air was warm from the kilns and carried the clean, damp scent of fresh plaster. Shelves rose on every side, crowded with half-finished saints, poets and politicians, all waiting in silent white ranks. The manager, Mr. Harding, a round, florid man who took evident pride in his craft, greeted us with courteous curiosity. He led us between the benches where craftsmen worked without looking up. "Yes, the Napoleon busts," he said. "We cast 6 last July. Unusually hot weather. The plaster set almost too quickly and we had to keep the pieces damp to stop them cracking." He showed us the 2-part mould, its interior worn smooth by years of use. "We only bring this one out when someone asks. Napoleon isn't the fashion he once was, but there's still the odd schoolmaster or collector who wants the little corporal for his mantelpiece." We learned that the busts had been crafted by an Italian named Beppo, a skilled mould maker who had left the company's employ some months ago under unfortunate circumstances. He had been imprisoned for a minor assault, something involving a bar fight in Soho. Mr. Harding spoke of him with a mixture of regret and understanding. "He was a good worker, very skilled," he said, shaking his head slowly. "Quick hands, an eye for detail. But he had a temper, Beppo did, and when he drank, well, it was a shame, really. We would have kept him on if we could. These Italian craftsmen, they have a particular gift for the work." Holmes asked to see the production records, and we spent a pleasant hour in the small office. looking through ledgers while Mr. Harding's clerk brought us tea and biscuits. The record showed exactly what Holmes had suspected: 6 busts of Napoleon, all created on the same day in late July, all sold within a week of completion through various dealers across London. Holmes traced each sale with the care of a monk illuminating a manuscript, his long fingers turning pages in sales ledgers, his eyes scanning columns of figures while rain began to fall softly outside, adding its gentle percussion to the fog's embrace. Over the course of those quiet days, we pieced together the journey of each bust. The first had gone to Morse Hudson, the shop in Kennington Road, who had sold it to Dr. Barnicot. The second and third had also passed through Hudson's hands, one to the same Dr. Barnicot for his surgery, and another to Mr. Harker, the journalist. The fourth we had already accounted for in Chiswick. Each transaction was recorded in neat, methodical handwriting, with dates and prices noted in the margins. I found myself appreciating the quiet rhythm of this investigative work. There was something deeply satisfying about following a trail of paper, of seeing how objects moved through the world, changing hands, travelling from maker to merchant to buyer. Each bust had its own small story, ordered for a specific purpose, selected from a shelf, wrapped carefully in paper, carried home through London streets, unwrapped and placed in a window or on a mantelpiece, admired or ignored, dusted weekly or forgotten. Holmes worked with infinite patience, never hurrying, taking time to examine each entry, to ask follow-up questions, to verify details. He was like a watchmaker, I thought, examining the tiny gears and springs that made the mechanism tick, understanding that every small piece mattered. That precision in small things led to understanding of the whole. Between our inquiries, we took long walks through the foggy streets, Holmes pointing out details I would never have noticed. The way a certain type of mud on a doorstep indicated the presence of building works nearby, the significance of a particular pattern of wear on a shop's threshold, the stories told by the arrangement of goods in a window display. He was teaching me, I realized, not just about this case, but about the art of observation itself, about patience and attention and the quiet pleasure of understanding. We stopped for lunch at a small chop house near the river, sitting by the window and watching the boats move slowly through the fog like ghosts. The meal was simple: mutton chops and boiled potatoes, with strong tea to warm us. But it tasted wonderful after our morning's work. Holmes ate slowly, contemplatively, occasionally making notes in his pocketbook between bites. "The key," he said, cutting his meat with precise movements, "is understanding motivation. Our man, and I'm increasingly certain it is one man, not several, is driven by something powerful enough to sustain him through multiple break-ins, multiple failures. This is not casual vandalism. This is purpose." "What sort of purpose requires breaking 6 identical busts?" I asked. "Ah, Watson, that is exactly the question." He smiled and took a sip of his tea. "When we know the answer to that, we will know everything." We found that one of the remaining 2 busts belonged to a Mr. Sandiford of Reading, and the other to a Mr. Harding, an art dealer in Camden Town. Holmes sent telegrams to both men, polite inquiries about whether they might be willing to part with their busts, or at least allow us to examine them. The reply from Reading came first. Mr. Sandiford's bust had been purchased from him only yesterday by a dark-complexioned man with a foreign accent, who had paid well over its value. The bust, Sandiford reported, had been carried away carefully, wrapped in cloth, handled as if it contained something precious. "One remains," Holmes said, reading the telegram by lamplight. We were in his rooms again, the curtains drawn against the rainy evening, the fire rebuilt to a cheerful glow. "The final Napoleon. Whatever our collector seeks, he will come for it soon." Mr. Harding agreed to our request with the graciousness of a man who sensed adventure but felt no anxiety about it. We would, Holmes arranged, keep watch over Harding's shop that evening, not with the tension of hunters awaiting their prey, but with the patient stillness of those who know that understanding comes to those who wait. As darkness fell, Holmes, Lestrade and I positioned ourselves in the shop across the street, in a photographer's studio whose owner had been more than happy to assist Scotland Yard. We sat in the darkened room, looking out through the window at Harding's establishment. The bus sat in the window, illuminated by the street lamp, Napoleon's profile casting a small shadow against the interior wall. The hours passed with surprising comfort. We spoke in whispers about inconsequential things: Lestrade's daughter's progress at school, the new play at the Lyceum, the quality of Mrs. Hudson's marmalade. Holmes told us about a monograph he was writing on the dating of manuscripts by the analysis of paper and ink, speaking about watermarks and chemical compounds with the gentle enthusiasm of a man discussing a beloved hobby. Lestrade in turn shared a humorous story about a constable who had arrested a wax dummy in a shop window, mistaking it for a burglar. We had brought provisions with us, a thermos of coffee that Mrs. Hudson had prepared, some cold meat sandwiches wrapped in paper, a small flask of brandy for warmth. As midnight approached, we shared these simple provisions, eating quietly while keeping our eyes on the shop across the street. Holmes remained still as a statue, but there was nothing rigid about his posture. He seemed to be resting while simultaneously aware, like a cat drowsing by a fire yet conscious of every sound. His breathing was slow and even, and once or twice I thought he might actually be asleep, until he would make some quiet observation about a passing pedestrian, or the way the light fell across the cobblestones. The rain had stopped, leaving the streets gleaming like dark mirrors beneath the lamps. The reflections of the streetlights created long, wavering streaks of gold on the wet pavement, and the occasional puddle held perfect inverted images of the buildings above. Occasionally a late traveller would pass, their footsteps echoing in the emptiness, a policeman on his rounds walking with measured tread, a gentleman in evening dress returning from some entertainment, a woman with the shawl pulled tight against the cold hurrying home. The city breathed its midnight breath, slower and deeper than its daytime rhythm. A church bell tolled somewhere at the distance, counting out the hour. 11 chimes, then silence again. A cat crossed the street, pausing to clean its paw beneath the lamplight before continuing on its nocturnal business. In the distance, we could hear the whistle of a late train, and closer, the gentle lapping of water against the embankment where the Thames ran dark and eternal. I found myself thinking how strange, and yet how natural it was to be sitting here, watching and waiting. There was something almost meditative about it, this patient observation of an empty street. Time seemed to slow, to become elastic. Each minute felt both brief and infinite. It was nearly 1 o'clock when we saw the figure approach. He came quietly, a man of medium height with dark hair and a workman's cap pulled low over his eyes, moving with purpose but not haste. His steps were deliberate, careful, as if he had walked this path many times in his imagination before attempting it in reality. He wore a dark coat and carried himself with the compact efficiency of someone accustomed to physical labor. Even from our vantage point, I could sense the tension in his body, the coiled readiness. He paused before Harding's window, looking left and right with exaggerated caution, like a man in a play performing the role of a thief. The street lamp cast his shadow long across the pavement, and for a moment he stood perfectly still, as if gathering courage or perhaps saying a silent prayer. Then he produced something from his pocket, a small tool, perhaps a jimmy or a thin blade. Even from across the street we could see his hands shaking slightly, not with fear, but with anticipation, with the barely controlled excitement of someone on the verge of achieving a long-sought goal. "Wait," Holmes breathed, his hand touching my arm gently. "Let him finish what he came to do. Let him believe, for a few moments, that he has succeeded. There is no cruelty in this, only the necessity of understanding the complete picture." We watched as the man forced the lock with practiced ease and slipped inside, moving with the fluid grace of experience. This was not his first break-in, clearly, but neither did he seem to be a professional criminal. There was something desperate about his movements, something that spoke of personal necessity rather than professional theft. Through the window, we saw him move directly to the bust, ignoring everything else in the shop. He lifted it with both hands, examined it with almost tender care, turning it in the light, his lips moving as if he were speaking to it, or perhaps to himself. For a long moment he simply held it, cradling it like something precious. Then, with sudden resolve, he raised it above his head. The plaster shattered with a sound that reached us faintly, a dull crack followed by the musical tinkle of fragments hitting the floor. The man dropped to his knees immediately, his hands moving through the wreckage with desperate hope, sifting through the pieces like a prospector panning for gold. His movements became more frantic, more thorough, as he spread the fragments across the floor, examining each piece, crushing some into powder, searching with an intensity that was almost painful to witness. and then he stopped. He lifted something small from the wreckage, held it up to the light filtering through the window. Even at this distance we could see it catch the lamplight, a dark jewel that seemed to hold all the compressed mystery of the past weeks within its facets. "Now," Holmes said softly, and we moved. Our crossing of the street was swift but quiet, no shouting, no rush. We entered the shop as the man turned, the jewel clutched in his hand, his face showing not anger but a kind of desperate relief. "Beppo," Holmes said gently, "it's over now. You can put it down." The man's shoulders sagged. He looked at the stone in his palm, then at us, and I saw in his eyes the weight of months of searching, of anxiety, of hope deferred, finally realized and immediately lost again. "The black pearl of the Borgias," Holmes said quietly, "stolen from the Countess of Morcar more than a year ago. You were involved in the theft, weren't you? But something went wrong. You were arrested for that petty assault before you could retrieve the pearl from its hiding place." Beppo nodded slowly, and the story emerged like water from a spring, inevitable, flowing from a deep source. He had been part of the robbery. In the panicked aftermath, he had hidden the pearl the only place he could think of, in the wet plaster of a Napoleon bust he had been crafting at Gelder's workshop. He had meant to retrieve it the next day, but his arrest had prevented it. By the time he was released, the batch of 6 busts had been sold and scattered across London. He had been breaking them ever since, searching for the one that contained his fortune. And now, having found it, he simply looked tired, relieved to have the searching over, even if the ending was not what he had hoped. Lestrade stepped forward with handcuffs, but his movements were gentle, and Beppo did not resist. Holmes carefully took the pearl, holding it up to examine in the lamplight. It was extraordinary, deep black, perfectly round, with a lustre that seemed to glow from within. "Beautiful," he said softly. "And yet, Beppo, think of the nights of peace you might have had if you had simply let it go. 6 busts broken, weeks of searching, all for this small thing." We left the shop eventually, emerging into the cool early morning air. The streets were empty and peaceful, washed clean by the rain. Dawn was still hours away, but there was a sense of completion, of a story told to its natural end. Back at Baker Street, Holmes returned the pearl to its case with careful hands. Lestrade had taken Beppo away with surprising kindness, and the Countess would have her treasure restored by afternoon. The mystery of the 6 Napoleons had resolved itself as gently as fog lifting. I found myself standing at the window looking out at the sleeping city. Holmes joined me, and we stood together in companionable silence. "Every mystery ends, Watson," he said quietly. "Every broken thing was once whole. Every search concludes." "And then?" I asked. "And then we rest," he said simply, "until the next thing that needs understanding comes along. But for now, rest." I took my leave shortly after, walking home through streets that were beginning to show the first hints of dawn. The fog had entirely lifted, leaving the air clear and fresh. London was waking slowly, gently, the way all things should wake, peacefully, naturally, ready for whatever the new day might bring. That night in my own bed, I thought about plaster busts and hidden pearls, about men who search and men who wait, about mysteries that resolve themselves like knots untangling. I thought about Holmes in his chair, his eyes half closed, his mind both active and at rest. And I thought about sleep, how it comes when we stop searching, when we let the day's questions settle into comfortable silence. The mystery of the 6 Napoleons had been solved, the pearl recovered, the case closed. All the broken pieces had been accounted for. Outside my window, London breathed its sleeping breath. Somewhere in shops and homes across the city, the remaining objects of the world sat peacefully on their shelves, holding no secrets, requiring no investigation. The fog would return tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. There would be other mysteries, other questions, but for now, there was only the pillow beneath my head, the soft weight of blankets, and the knowledge that some things at least had been made right. Some searches had ended in finding, some stories had reached their proper conclusions. In Baker Street, I knew Holmes would be settling into his own rest, his mind finally stilled, his questions answered for the day. Mrs. Hudson would be sleeping soundly in her rooms below, and the fire would be banked, glowing faintly in the darkness like a contented heart. The city slept. The world turned quietly on its axis, and in that moment, with the case of the 6 Napoleons closed and the pearl returned to its rightful place, all was exactly as it should be. Peaceful, settled, and ready for the gentle embrace of dreams. Sleep came easily that night, as natural and inevitable as the tide. There was nothing more to search for, nothing more to solve, only the soft darkness, the quiet breathing of a city at rest, and the knowledge that morning would come in its own time, gently when we were ready. Until then, there was only peace and the slow descent into restful, dreamless sleep, where even the greatest mysteries dissolve into comfortable shadows, and all things find their resolution in the gentle dark. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, the mystery of the scarlet moonlit cottage. The fog descended upon London like a downy blanket, soft and grey, wrapping the city in its familiar embrace, as though the very sky had lowered itself to hush the bustling world below. It was a peculiarly English fog, thick yet yielding, carrying with it the mingled scents of coal smoke from countless chimneys, the damp earthiness of the Thames drifting inland, and the faint briny whisper of the distant sea. From the tall, gracefully arched windows of 221B Baker Street, the gas lamps along the cobblestones below glowed with a muted warmth. Their light diffused through the evening mist into gentle halos that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the city itself. Slow, deliberate, eternal. It was the kind of autumn night that invited contemplation, when the world moved slowly, as though wading through honey, and even the hurried footsteps of passers-by were softened into a rhythmic hush against the wet pavement, Dr. John Watson sat in his favourite armchair beside the fireplace, a sturdy piece upholstered in faded green velvet that had moulded itself to his form over countless evenings. He listened to the quiet crackling of burning coal, each pop and hiss a small symphony in the otherwise still room. The flames danced in their iron grate, casting amber shadows that swayed across the walls like memories half forgotten and half cherished. Shadows that elongated the spines of books on the shelves, twisted the curves of Holmes's chemical apparatus into fantastical shapes, and lent a golden luminescence to the Persian rug underfoot. The room smelled richly of old leather from the bound volumes that lined the walls, the lingering sweetness of pipe tobacco that clung to the curtains like a comfortable habit, and the faint vanilla sweetness of the polished wood panelling, a combination Watson had come to associate inextricably with safety, companionship, and the quiet thrill of intellectual pursuit. His eyes grew heavy as he watched the fire's hypnotic movements, each flicker a small meditation, drawing him deeper into a pleasant reverie where the worries of his medical practice and the echoes of Afghan battlefields faded like the fog outside. Across from him, Sherlock Holmes reclined in his own high-back chair, his long legs stretched toward the fender, fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin in that characteristic pose of intense concentration. His grey eyes, keen as polished steel even in repose, were half closed in that particular state between waking thought and dreaming insight, where the boundaries of logic and intuition blurred. He had been silent for nearly an hour, an eternity in the company of a man whose mind rarely rested, and Watson knew from long experience that his friend was turning over some problem in that remarkable mind of his, examining it from every angle as one might admire a jewel in shifting light, rotating it to catch the hidden facets that lesser observers would miss entirely. Perhaps it was a lingering thread from their last case, or perhaps some new puzzle had already begun to form in the ether. With Holmes, one could never be certain until the revelation burst forth like sunrise. The evening stretched on in comfortable silence, the sort that only years of shared adventures could cultivate, a silence unbroken by the need for small talk, rich with mutual understanding. Outside, a hansom cab passed with the gentle clip-clop of hooves on damp stone, the horse's breath visible in fleeting clouds, the wheels hissing softly through shallow puddles. The sound faded like a whispered secret into the fog, swallowed whole by the city's embrace. Watson felt himself drifting. The warmth of the room and the steadiness of Holmes's presence creating a cocoon of tranquility that wrapped around him more securely than any blanket. Then came a soft knock at the door below. 3 measured taps, neither hurried nor demanding. It was not an urgent knock, not the frantic rapping of someone fleeing danger, or bringing terrible news that shattered the peace like gunfire. Rather, it was polite, almost hesitant, the knock of someone who respects the lateness of the hour but carries something they must share, as though the weight of curiosity alone compelled them forward. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard ascending the 17 stairs, with their familiar creak on the 5th and 12th steps, slow and measured, accompanied by the faint rustle of her apron. Then her gentle voice at their sitting-room door, muffled slightly by the heavy oak. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, there's a gentleman caller downstairs. He apologizes profusely for the hour, but says the matter is most curious and cannot wait until morning." Holmes opened his eyes fully, though his expression remained serene, betraying no irritation at the interruption, only the faintest brightening, like dawn touching the edge of a cloud. "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson, if you would be so kind, and perhaps a small tray. Tea or something stronger if the gentleman prefers." The visitor who entered moments later was a man of perhaps 50 years, with silver threading liberally through his brown hair like moonlight on autumn leaves, and kind wrinkles at the corners of his mild blue eyes that spoke of a life spent smiling more often than frowning. He wore a well-kept but modest Inverness coat of dark wool, damp at the shoulders from the fog, and carried a soft felt hat in hands that trembled ever so slightly, not from fear, Watson judged, but from the chill and the long journey. He carried himself with the quiet dignity of someone who had seen much of the world's sorrow yet remained unbroken by it. His posture straight but unassuming, his gaze direct yet deferential. "His name," he said after removing his coat and accepting Holmes's invitation to approach the fire, was Mr. Geoffrey Thornton, and he had travelled by the last train from the small village of Moonhaven, some 30 miles to the south of London amid the gentle hills of Surrey. "Please sit," Watson said warmly, rising to pull a third chair, upholstered in deep burgundy, closer to the hearth. "You must be tired from your journey and half frozen besides. Allow me." Mr. Thornton settled into the chair with visible relief, the fire's heat drawing a soft sigh from him as he extended his hands toward the flames. He accepted the brandy Watson poured from the crystal decanter on the sideboard, Holmes's best French, with a grateful nod and a murmured "Bless you, Doctor," cradling the glass as though it were a small treasure. The firelight played across his features, softening them further, highlighting the fine lines of laughter around his mouth and the thoughtful crease between his brows. For a moment the three men simply sat together in the peaceful glow, the crackle of the coals and the occasional pop of settling wood, the only sounds as though they were old friends reuniting after years apart rather than strangers meeting for the first time beneath the weight of an unspoken enigma. "Mr. Holmes," Thornton began at last, his voice low and soothing, with the gentle lilt of the southern counties, "I come to you with something strange, though I confess it troubles me more for its mystery than for any immediate fear of danger. 3 nights ago, beneath the light of the harvest moon, full and golden the colour of ripe wheat, I discovered a mark upon my cottage door. It had not been there when I retired at 11 o'clock, yet by the time I rose at dawn to let in the cat, there it was, painted in scarlet, no larger than my palm, in the shape of a perfect circle with letters inside it." Holmes leaned forward slightly, the firelight catching the sharp planes of his face, his interest evident in the subtle tightening of his fingers, yet his manner remained calm, almost courtly. "And this mark, had you any sense of who might have placed it there, or why? Footprints, perhaps, a lingering scent, the faintest disturbance in the dew upon the path?" "None whatsoever," Thornton replied, shaking his head slowly. "I live simply, Mr. Holmes, as befits a man of my years and inclinations. My cottage, whitewashed walls, thatched roof, a small garden of herbs and late roses, sits at the very edge of Moonhaven, overlooking a meadow where wildflowers still bloom even now, late in the season. Michaelmas daisies, crimson clover, the occasional late foxglove nodding in the breeze. I am a translator by profession, mostly poetry and old stories, Latin and Greek into English, sometimes Provençal or Old Norse, and I keep very much to myself, though I am on good terms with my neighbours. The vicar, old Mrs. Langley who keeps bees, young Tom the blacksmith's son who brings me firewood. I have no enemies that I know of, no debts unpaid, no entanglements of the heart or purse that might invite malice." Watson found himself utterly drawn into the gentle cadence of the man's story. The way he spoke of his quiet life with such evident contentment and gratitude. There was something deeply peaceful, almost enviable about the image Thornton painted. A cottage bathed in moonlight, surrounded by the soft rustle of meadow grasses and the distant lowing of cattle, the solitary work of translating beautiful words from one language to another, words that had survived centuries, carrying with them the loves and laments of long-dead poets, while the modern world hurried on elsewhere. "The mark itself," Holmes said thoughtfully, his voice a low measured baritone that seemed to resonate with the room's warmth. "Can you describe it more precisely? The shade of scarlet, the brushwork, the exact arrangement of the letters?" Thornton reached into the inner pocket of his waistcoat and withdrew a folded piece of paper, upon which he had carefully drawn the symbol in red ink. He passed it to Holmes with a hand that had steadied somewhat in the comfort of the room. Holmes studied it by the firelight, holding it close then at arm's length, tilting it to catch different angles. Watson leaned over to see. It was indeed a ring, rendered with remarkable precision, and within the circle were 4 letters arranged like the points of a compass: north, south, east, west, RACH, the periods unmistakable. "Ratch," Holmes murmured, not as though pronouncing a word, but as though tasting each letter separately, rolling them across his tongue like rare wine. Curious indeed, the circle unbroken, the letters evenly spaced, the scarlet neither too bright nor too dull, suggestive of a pigment mixed with care, perhaps ochre and vermilion, and applied with a fine brush, I should say, rather than a finger. "I thought perhaps it was initials," Thornton offered, "though they match no one I know in Moonhaven or beyond. And the placement on my door, so deliberate, centered exactly at eye level, yet with no explanation, no message slipped beneath the door. no threat whispered in the night. It simply appeared, like a riddle left by the night itself, or a sign from some secret society whose purpose I cannot begin to guess. Holmes rose fluidly and walked to the window, parting the heavy curtains just enough to gaze out at the fog-softened street below, where the lamps now seemed like distant stars half hidden in cloud. His silhouette against the dim light was tall and ascetic, thoughtful, meditative, the silhouette Watson had seen 100 times before at the commencement of some great mental chase. For a long moment he stood thus, the only sound the soft ticking of the mantel clock and the occasional drip of moisture from the eaves outside. "Mr. Thornton," Holmes said at last, turning back with a faint, almost tender smile, "would you mind terribly if Dr. Watson and I accompanied you back to Moonhaven tomorrow? The first train, perhaps, or a comfortable carriage if the rails are inconvenient. I find myself curiously captivated by your scarlet mark, and I believe a visit to your cottage, to examine the door itself, the surrounding earth, the very air of the place, might provide answers that words alone, however eloquently spoken, cannot." Thornton's relief was visible, his shoulders dropping as though a burden had been lifted by kindly hands. "I would be most grateful, Mr. Holmes, more than I can say. I confess the mystery has kept me from proper rest these past nights. I find myself waking every hour to check the windows, though I am not by nature a fearful man." "Then we shall help restore your peace of mind," Holmes said gently, resting a brief, reassuring hand on the older man's shoulder. "For now, Mrs. Hudson will prepare the spare room, the one with the view of the courtyard, quite comfortable. Sleep well, Mr. Thornton, and we shall journey together in the morning under clearer skies, I trust." After Thornton had been shown out by the ever-solicitous Mrs. Hudson, her voice drifting up the stairs with offers of hot water and an extra blanket, Watson remained by the fire with Holmes. The detective had returned to his chair, his expression serene but alert, like a cat watching birds through a window, interested but not agitated, every muscle poised, yet relaxed. "What do you make of it, Holmes?" Watson asked quietly, poking the coals so that a fresh shower of sparks rose like fireflies. Holmes smiled, a small peaceful expression that softened the hawk-like severity of his features. "I think, my dear Watson, that we shall find something quite interesting in Moonhaven, something that reaches further back than our gentle visitor realizes, perhaps into the mists of his own past, or the hidden histories of that quiet village. But for now, the hour grows late, and mysteries, like wine, are always clearer after a night's rest. Shall we follow Mr. Thornton's excellent example?" Watson nodded, feeling the pleasant weight of sleep beginning to press upon him once more, heavier now for the anticipation that tinged it. As he rose to retire, he glanced once more at the fire, watching the flames settle into glowing embers that pulsed like slow heartbeats, and thought how fitting it was that even mysteries could be gentle things, arriving on quiet footsteps in the fog, wrapped not in terror but in the soft enigma of an autumn night. Somewhere beyond the window, London slept beneath its blanket of mist, and tomorrow the countryside would open before them. Meadows silver with dew, a cottage marked by scarlet, and the promise of revelation waiting patiently beneath the harvest moon's fading light. Morning came with soft autumn light filtering through London's persistent mist. The journey to Moonhaven was undertaken in comfortable stages, first by train, the rhythmic clacking of wheels on rails providing a soothing backdrop, and then by a small carriage that conveyed them through countryside growing increasingly rural and serene. Watson watched the landscape transform through the window, the crowded buildings of London giving way to open fields, ancient trees dressed in gold and russet, and narrow lanes lined with hedgerows where late-season berries still hung like small jewels. The air grew cleaner, sweeter, carrying the scent of turning leaves and distant wood smoke. Thornton proved to be an excellent travelling companion, speaking when the moment called for it, but equally comfortable with silence. He pointed out landmarks along the way, a church steeple rising above the trees, a stone bridge said to date back centuries, but did so without demanding attention, letting his companions absorb the peace of the journey at their own pace. Holmes spent much of the trip gazing out at the passing scenery, his eyes distant but tranquil. Watson knew that look. His friend was thinking, yes, but not with the feverish intensity that sometimes overtook him. This was contemplative thought, like a stream flowing around smooth stones, finding its path naturally. By early afternoon, they arrived in Moonhaven. The village was small and picturesque, arranged around a central green where an old oak tree spread its branches like a blessing. Cottages with thatched roofs clustered together in friendly proximity, their gardens still showing late dahlias and chrysanthemums in warm autumn colours. Smoke rose from chimneys in lazy spirals, and the few villagers they passed offered friendly nods and unhurried greetings. Thornton's cottage sat indeed at the village's edge, exactly as he had described. It was built of honey-coloured stone with ivy climbing one wall, and before it lay a meadow where wildflowers, hardy asters and late-blooming yarrow swayed gently in the breeze. Behind the cottage, a small wood created a natural boundary, its trees dressed in the full glory of autumn, and there, on the door, was the mark. In daylight, the scarlet ring seemed less mysterious than melancholy, like a cry for attention that had been painted rather than shouted. The letters Ratch were clearly visible, rendered in what appeared to be red ochre, or perhaps brick dust mixed with some binding agent. It had not run or smeared, suggesting it had been applied with care, almost with artistry. Holmes approached the door slowly, his movements deliberate and calm. He produced a magnifying lens from his pocket. Watson had seen him do this hundreds of times, and examined the mark closely, the autumn sunlight warming his back as he worked. "Applied with a finger," Holmes murmured, "not a brush. See here, Watson, the slight whirl pattern in the paint? That is the print of a human fingertip, deliberate and steady. Whoever placed this here was not rushed, not frightened. They took their time. Watson stepped closer, observing the mark himself. There was something almost tender about it, now that Holmes pointed out how carefully it had been made. Not a threat, but a message. Not vandalism, but communication. The letters, Thornton said quietly from behind them. Have you any theory about their meaning? Holmes straightened, tucking away his lens. Not yet, but I believe the answer lies nearby. Mr. Thornton, are there any other Holmes in the immediate vicinity? Anyone who might have observed something 3 nights ago, when the moon was bright? Thornton considered. There is old Mrs. Weatherby, who lives in the cottage just beyond that rise. He pointed toward a gentle hill crowned with hawthorn bushes. She's a light sleeper and often sits by her window at night, watching the stars. If anyone saw anything, it would be her. Then let us call upon Mrs. Weatherby, Holmes said with a slight smile. But first, Watson, do you notice anything about this meadow? Watson turned to survey the field of wildflowers. At first he saw only beauty, the soft purple of asters, the white of yarrow, the goldenrod standing tall among them. But then, following the direction of Holmes's gaze, he noticed a narrow path through the flowers, barely visible, where stems had been gently pushed aside but not broken. Someone walked through here, Watson observed. Yes, recently, but carefully. They did not wish to damage the flowers, which suggest either great respect for nature or great caution, perhaps both. Shall we follow? The 3 men moved through the meadow, following the subtle trail. The afternoon sun was warm but not harsh, and the breeze carried the honey scent of late blooms and the earthier smell of autumn soil. Butterflies, those few remaining before winter's arrival, drifted among the flowers like small spirits. The path led them to the edge of the woods, where the trees created a natural archway of golden leaves. Just within the tree line, Holmes stopped and knelt, examining the ground. Here, where the soil was soft with fallen leaves and shade held moisture, there were footprints. A woman's boots, Holmes said softly, tracing the outline with one finger. Small, but well made. She stood here for some time. See how deep the heel has pressed. She was watching the cottage, perhaps waiting for the right moment. A woman, Thornton said with surprise. But who? And why? Holmes rose, brushing leaf fragments from his trousers. That, I suspect, is what Mrs. Weatherby might help us discover. But I confess, Mr. Thornton, I do not believe you are in any danger. Whatever message this represents, it was left with care, even with affection. They made their way to Mrs. Weatherby's cottage, a smaller dwelling with a neat garden and curtains of lace in every window. The old woman who answered their knock had a face like a gentle apple, round and soft with age, and eyes that sparkled with the particular clarity of those who have lived long and observantly. "Mr. Thornton," she exclaimed with genuine pleasure. "And guests? How lovely! Do come in, come in." Her parlour was cosy and cluttered with the comfortable accumulation of a long life. Photographs in silver frames, cushions embroidered with flowers, a cat sleeping in a patch of sunlight on the windowsill. She insisted on serving tea, and soon they were all settled with cups of chamomile and plates of shortbread that tasted of butter and peace. "Mrs. Weatherby," Holmes began gently, "we're hoping you might assist us with a small mystery. 3 nights ago, did you happen to observe anything unusual near Mr. Thornton's cottage?" The old woman's eyes lit up. "The young woman, you mean?" "Oh yes, I saw her. Such a sad sight she was, standing there in the moonlight." Watson leaned forward, his tea forgotten. "A young woman?" "Yes, dear. It must have been near midnight. I was sitting at my window. I often do, you see, watching the moon and stars. They keep me company. And I saw her walking through the snow, moving so slowly as though she were in a dream. She wore a dark cloak with the hood up. But when she stopped and looked up at the moon, I saw her face. Young, very young, with such sorrow in her expression." "Did she approach Mr. Thornton's cottage?" Holmes asked. "She did. She stood before his door for the longest time, just looking at it. Then she reached up and painted something on it. I couldn't see what from this distance. Afterward she stood there a while longer, her hand pressed flat against the door, as though she was saying goodbye to someone. Then she walked back through the meadow and disappeared into the woods." Thornton had gone very still, his teacup motionless in his hands. His expression was one of deep thought, memory stirring like sediment in a pond. "Mrs. Weatherby," he said slowly, "this young woman, could you describe her further? Her hair, perhaps, or her height?" "Slender," Mrs. Weatherby said, "and not tall. Her hair, when the moon caught it, seemed light-coloured, perhaps blonde or light brown, and she moved with a grace that suggested she was accustomed to countryside walking, not a city dweller." Thornton set down his cup with a hand that trembled slightly. "Raceh," he whispered. "Rachel? Could it be Rachel?" Holmes and Watson exchanged a glance. "Who is Rachel?" Watson asked gently. Thornton's eyes had gone distant, looking not at the room around him, but at something years past. "Rachel Ashford. It must be. It must be Rachel Ashford, Cavendish Holbrook." "The initials," Holmes said with understanding dawning in his expression. "Yes." Thornton nodded slowly. "Her full name, all the names she carried. Rachel was... She was the daughter of my dearest friend, Thomas Ashford. We grew up together, Thomas and I, here in Moonhaven, before I moved to London for work. When we were young men, we both loved the same woman, Eleanor Cavendish. She chose Thomas, and I accepted it, because I loved them both, and their happiness meant more to me than my own disappointment." He paused, and Watson found himself leaning into the story, drawn by the gentle sadness in Thornton's voice. "They married and had a daughter, Rachel. She was the light of their lives. I was her godfather, and I watched her grow from a distance, sending letters, visiting when I could. She was a remarkable child, sensitive, artistic, with her mother's grace and her father's kind heart. What happened? Watson asked softly. Thomas died when Rachel was 15, a fever, sudden and terrible. Eleanor followed him within a year, heartbroken. Rachel was left to the care of her aunt and uncle, whose surname was Holbrook. I was travelling in Europe at the time, translating texts in Florence, and by the time I returned I was told that Rachel had married and moved away. The aunt and uncle were not warm people, and they discouraged my inquiries. I always regretted not being there for her, not fighting harder to remain in her life. Thornton's expression was one of profound regret mingled with wonder. But if she has found me now after all these years, why did she not simply knock? Why leave this mysterious mark? Holmes rose and walked to Mrs. Weatherby's window, gazing out at the autumn landscape. Shame, perhaps, he said quietly, or fear of rejection. If she felt abandoned, even knowing it was not your fault, approaching you directly might have felt impossible. The mark was a test, perhaps, to see if you would remember her, if you would seek to understand. We must find her, Thornton said urgently, though his voice remained gentle. She must know I never forgot her, never stopped caring. Mrs. Weatherby, Holmes said, turning back to the old woman, the direction she'd disappeared toward. Could you point it out? Mrs. Weatherby led them outside and indicated a path through the woods. That way leads to the old Ashford property, she said. It's been abandoned for years, but someone mentioned recently that smoke had been seen from the chimney. Perhaps. They thanked Mrs. Weatherby and set off through the woods, following the path she had indicated. The forest was dressed in its autumn finest, leaves of gold and copper creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a warm amber glow. Their footsteps were muffled by the carpet of fallen leaves, and the only sounds were the distant calling of birds and the whisper of wind through branches. The walk through the woods felt timeless, as though they had stepped out of the ordinary world and into a gentler space where urgency had no meaning. Watson found himself breathing deeply, taking in the clean forest air, feeling his heart beat slow to match the peaceful rhythm of the place. After perhaps 20 minutes, they emerged into a clearing where an old cottage stood, larger than Thornton's but clearly long neglected. Ivy had claimed much of the walls, and the garden had returned to wildness. Yet smoke did indeed rise from the chimney, a thin line of grey against the blue sky, and curtains could be seen in one window. Thornton stopped at the edge of the clearing, suddenly uncertain. Holmes placed a hand on his shoulder. Take heart, my friend. Sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not with deduction, but with courage. Together the three men approached the cottage. Before Thornton could knock, the door opened, and a young woman stood there. She was perhaps 30 years of age, slender and fair-haired, with eyes that were red from recent tears but held a desperate hope. "Rachel," Thornton whispered. "Uncle Geoffrey," she said, and her voice broke. "I didn't know if you would understand. I I didn't know if you would remember me or care to find me." And then they were embracing, and Watson had to turn away slightly, for the emotion of the moment was so raw and pure that it felt private, even in its beauty. Holmes stood quietly, a small smile on his face, content to witness this reunion he had helped facilitate. Inside the cottage, over fresh tea that Rachel prepared with shaking hands, the rest of the story emerged. After her parents' death, Rachel had indeed been married off young to a man chosen by her aunt and uncle, a man who proved cold and unkind. She had endured it for years, finding solace in her art and in her memories of her parents and her godfather. When her husband had died 2 years earlier, she found herself finally free but also adrift, unsure of her place in the world. "I wanted to find you," she told Thornton, "but I was ashamed of what my life had become. I heard you had returned to Moonhaven, that you lived in my father's old cottage now. I came back here to my childhood home, hoping to find the courage to approach you. But every time I tried, I couldn't. I was afraid you would see me as a failure, as someone who had disappointed everyone." "Oh, my dear girl," Thornton said, taking her hands. "You could never disappoint me. I thought of you often, wondered where you were, hoped you were happy. I'm only sorry I was not there when you needed me most." "The mark on the door," Holmes interjected gently, "was your way of testing whether he would remember you." Rachel nodded, wiping her eyes. "The initials of all my names, all the identities I've carried. I thought if he understood, if he came looking, then perhaps it would mean he truly did remember, that I still mattered to him." "You always mattered," Thornton said firmly. "You always will." The afternoon had deepened into early evening by the time their conversation naturally concluded. Plans were made. Rachel would move into Thornton's cottage if she wished, or he would help her restore this one. They would not be separated again. The loneliness that had haunted them both would be transformed into companionship, the family neither had thought they could reclaim. As Holmes, Watson, and Thornton prepared to depart, Rachel approached the detective. "Mr. Holmes, how did you know where to look? How did you understand what the mark meant?" Holmes smiled. The mark itself was painted with care, suggesting affection. The path through the meadow showed respect for living things, and Mr. Thornton's own nature, clearly a kind and thoughtful man, suggested that any mystery surrounding him would likely be one of lost connection rather than malice. The rest was simply following where these observations led. "You gave me back my family," Rachel said softly. "You never lost it, Miss Ashford," Holmes replied. "You merely needed help remembering where to find it." The walk back through the woods as twilight gathered was peaceful beyond measure. The sky above the trees had turned to soft shades of rose and lavender, and the first stars were beginning to appear. Watson felt a profound contentment settling over him, the satisfaction of having witnessed something beautiful, not the solving of a crime, but the healing of a heart. When they finally returned to Thornton's cottage, now bathed in moonlight just as it had been 3 nights before. This scarlet mark was still visible on the door, but it no longer seemed mysterious or troubling. It was simply what it had always been, a message of love, written by someone who had lost her way and was trying to find her way home. Thornton would paint over it eventually, Watson supposed, or perhaps he would leave it there as a reminder, not of a mystery but of a reunion, of the power of small signs to lead us back to those we love. That night, before they returned to London the following morning, Watson stood at the window of the room Thornton had prepared for them, looking out at the star-filled sky. The meadow beyond glowed silver in the moonlight, and somewhere in the distance an owl called softly, its voice carrying on the still air. Holmes came to stand beside him, silent and contemplative. Together they watched the peaceful scene, 2 friends comfortable in each other's presence, requiring no words. "A good day's work," Watson finally said. "The best kind," Holmes agreed. "The kind where nothing was broken, only mended." And as Watson finally settled into bed that night, the gentle sounds of the countryside drifting through the open window, the rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of a stream, the peaceful breathing of the world at rest. He thought about how mysteries need not be frightening things. Sometimes they were simply invitations to pay attention, to look more closely, to remember that behind every puzzle was a human heart, hoping to be understood. The scarlet mark on the moonlit cottage had revealed its secret, not a threat or a crime, but a lonely soul reaching out, painting her initials like a child leaving a trail of breadcrumbs, hoping someone would care enough to follow them home. And someone had. Someone had cared enough to look, to understand, to remember. Watson's eyes grew heavy, and he let them close, the events of the day settling over him like a soft blanket. In the distance, he could hear the faint sound of Geoffrey Thornton and Rachel talking, their voices carrying through the night. Family reunited, loneliness banished. 2 people who had thought themselves alone discovering that they had never truly been forgotten. Sleep came easily to Watson that night, as natural and gentle as breathing, carrying him away on dreams of moonlit meadows, autumn leaves, and mysteries that ended not with darkness, but with light. Somewhere in the cottage, in the glow of the fireplace embers, peace had settled like a blessing, and all was well. The world could wait until morning. Tonight there was only rest, only warmth, only the quiet knowledge that some stories end exactly as they should, with kindness, with understanding, and with the gentle closing of a circle that had been broken, now made whole again beneath the scarlet moon. Sherlock Holmes' Sleep Stories. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, The Mystery of Thor Bridge. The soft, insistent drumming of rain against the window pane was the only sound permitted to interrupt the profound quiet of 221B Baker Street. Outside, the London night had drawn its heavy, velvety curtain across the city, muffling the usual ceaseless thrum of carriages and hurried steps into a distant, hypnotic hum. Within their sitting room, however, a sense of perfect, unhurried peace prevailed. Dr. Watson sat in his favourite armchair, the leather worn smooth and comforting. From years of use, the faint scent of pipe tobacco and old parchment a familiar and soothing balm. The gaslight, turned low, cast a warm, buttery pool over the scattering of books and papers on the central table, leaving the corners of the room in a state of agreeable, restful shadow. The atmosphere was one of deep seclusion, a sanctuary against the world's clamour. It was a space designed for contemplation, for quiet companionship, and, tonight, for the slow, gentle winding down from the sharp demands of the day. Mr. Sherlock Holmes was settled opposite him. His long, spare form was relaxed into the depths of his own chair, a state of repose that was, for him, as remarkable as it was welcome. A sheet of analysis, finished and folded, lay discarded beside him, signalling the complete cessation of mental labour. He held a well-loved volume, though the stillness of his gaze, which was fixed upon the flickering fire, suggested his thoughts were drifting far beyond the pages and settling instead upon the smooth, simple beauty of the quiet evening. The fire, a modest masterpiece of glowing coals, offered a gentle, sighing rhythm as it consumed the last of the dry wood, its warmth radiating outward in slow, steady waves that seemed to push back the encroaching chill of the November night, creating a perfect circle of drowsy comfort. They had returned only this evening from Hampshire, from the grim yet ultimately solved business concerning the death at Thor Bridge. It had been a case heavy with tragic atmosphere and labyrinthine complexity, one that had demanded the sharpest focus of Holmes's singular mind, requiring days of intense, unrelenting observation. But now, all the tension and immediacy of the investigation had been peeled away, leaving only the tranquil residue of a puzzle beautifully completed, a feeling akin to the profound stillness that follows a sudden storm, the exhaustion that follows such concentrated effort is a satisfying, comforting kind, not the frenetic, restless fatigue born of an unresolved problem, but the deep, settling, bone-weary peace of a task utterly complete, a profound cellular relaxation earned through relentless diligence and focus. It felt like the satisfying quiet after a perfect clockwork mechanism has finally been wound down. Watson observed this change in his friend. He watched the soft, flickering gaslight play across Holmes's finely chiselled features, noting how the habitual intensity around his eyes had smoothed away. His expression was one of profound quietude, the analytical tension completely dissolved, softened now into a meditative calm, suggesting an inner landscape perfectly ordered. "The country air, Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice sinking lower and richer like the deep resonant notes of a cello played softly in a quiet hall. has a specific way of settling the dust from the analytical machinery. It is as if the lungs inhale not just oxygen, but a profound, unhurried stillness. It seems to sift through the mind's chambers, cleaning the complex mechanisms, gently sweeping away the irrelevant clutter and transient anxieties, leaving only the essential, the crystalline core of the matter in sharp, placid relief. It reminds one that clarity is often found not in complexity, but in the deepest, most elegant simplicity, mirroring the quiet, unresistant flow of nature. The rush of the city obscures the truth with its constant movement and noise, but the profound, unmoving stillness of the countryside reveals it, allowing the subtle patterns of fact to emerge without interference. He shifted slightly, a motion barely discernible, leaning his head back against the worn fabric, his gaze now tracing the soft smoke that curled lazily up the chimney, slowly dissipating into the dark air. Thor Bridge, an unfortunate name for such a peaceful woodland setting, was it not? The very word Thor suggests the crash of thunder, a sudden, destructive violence. Yet the reality, Watson, was merely a tragedy of misplaced affection, played out against a backdrop of the utmost stillness and sylvan beauty. The contrast, I find, only heightens the ultimate peace found in the resolution, a return to the natural harmony of the place. Watson closed his own book, a volume of poetry whose rhymes now seemed too jarring for the quiet mood. He simply absorbed the profound quiet, resting his hands loosely on the chair's arms. He did not wish to interrupt the quiet unfolding of his friend's thoughts, recognizing this as Holmes's own unique process of decompression, a final, verbal sorting of the facts for the sake of mental tidiness. Holmes was now speaking to the embers, allowing the memory of the landscape to soothe and simplify the tangled skein of the human drama. Does Dr. Watson recall the quality of the light as they first crossed that little stream just before dusk? It was a gentle, amber kind of light, suspended in the cool, damp air filtering through the high, dense branches. It felt less like a bridge and more like a gateway to a secluded, forgotten world untouched by haste. The water beneath, dark and slow, reflected the branches of the ancient oaks, turning the banks into a study in deep, soothing greens and browns, creating a sense of balanced, mirroring tranquility. The surface of the water was perfectly still in the deeper pools, only ruffled gently where it passed over the rounded stones, a soft, whispering sound. The silence, Watson, was the most profound component. It was the kind of silence that feels heavy and soft at once, absorbing every distant sound, leaving only the near and gentle sounds of nature, the occasional dip of a fish, the quiet rustle of the water moving slowly over the mossy stones, the faint, repetitive murmur of the forest settling in for the night, a lullaby centuries old. Watson remembered it perfectly. He recalled the chill of the evening air, a fresh, clean cold that was invigorating without being harsh, carrying the scent of pine and wet earth. He could almost feel the rough texture of the mossy stones beneath his boots as they had approached the scene, and the comforting support of the heavy granite parapet of the bridge against his hand, cool, solid, and utterly steadfast. The entire world seemed to move in slow motion, respectful of the stillness of the place, obliging them to move with a corresponding quietude. The very pebbles on the path, Holmes continued, his voice deepening slightly a comforting rumble in the quiet room, seemed reluctant to crunch beneath our weight, as if they, too, wished to preserve the deep sylvan quietude. We trod lightly, instinctively acknowledging the sanctity of the place, the deep restfulness that pervaded the air. And the trees, those magnificent beeches and oaks, stood sentinel in the fading light, their trunks dark and smooth, whispering secrets only to the gentle wind. Their canopy formed a high, protective dome, filtering the last light of the day into long, peaceful shafts, casting deep, elongated shadows that lay still and unbroken on the forest floor. The bark of the older trees was thick and ridged, a texture that suggested immense patience and quiet endurance. It was a space designed for silence, for long, unbroken contemplation, a perfect theatre for the quiet drama of deduction. Even the terrible event, the discovery of the poor governess, Miss Dunbar, lying tragically still, and the subsequent implication of the wealthy Mr. Gibson's estranged wife, seemed now, in the warmth of their room, to lose its sharp edges. It became, in Holmes's recollection, something almost pictorial, a scene painted in muted, restful colours, like an old, quiet tapestry viewed in the soft light of evening. The horror had been replaced by the quiet triumph of intellectual clarity, a calming restoration of balance. The air itself, Holmes said softly, was heavy with the scent of damp earth and late-season leaves, enriched by the distant, subtle sweetness of pine resin and the clean mineral smell of the stream. It was an olfactory counterpoint to the visual quietude, a layered scent that spoke of deep, organic tranquility. And then, the house itself, Thor Place, a great sprawling mass of grey stone and dark timber, a house designed, it seemed, to hold its secrets close, keeping them safe and sound within its thick, comforting walls, insulated from the external world. The chimney stood tall and straight against the twilight sky, promising warmth and shelter. The windows were small, like watchful eyes, each pane reflecting the deep blue of the twilight sky, suggesting a world contained entirely within its own boundaries, safe from the intrusion of the hurried outside world. The stone of the walls felt cool and substantial, a deep geological stability, a place where time seemed to slow, offering respite from the London clamour, inviting a slower, more deliberate mode of existence. Watson pictured the library at Thor Place, where they had spent many hours examining the papers and motives. It was a room of dark, polished mahogany, high ceilings, and enormous shelves that seemed to disappear into the shadows above. He remembered the feel of the heavy silk-draped curtains, thick enough to block out all the city's noise, and the deep, hushed atmosphere of serious contemplation. The large central desk was made of dark oak, its surface cool and smooth to the touch, a steady anchor in the room. It smelled wonderfully of old leather bindings and wax polish, a deep, calming scent that spoke of centuries of quiet scholarship and settled contemplation. The chairs were vast and deeply upholstered in dark green velvet, perfect for sinking into with a book and allowing the world outside to drift safely away. The only light had come from a single green-shaded lamp, casting a controlled pool of illumination over the documents, leaving the rest of the room in a soothing, non-demanding darkness, a place where the mind could focus without strain. They were concerned, Holmes mused, with the sharp details, the position of the body, the missing piece of the weapon, the strange, almost ceremonial arrangement of the hair. But as the fire dwindles, Watson, those sharp edges soften. What remains is a memory of quiet, meticulous observation, of the feel of the cool, heavy key in the hand as he unlocked the governess's bureau. The wards of the lock turning with a soft, precise click, a sound that in that stillness spoke volumes of privacy and trust, a signal that boundaries were being respected. Of the fine, almost invisible dust that lay over everything, a testament to the patient, unhurried passage of time in that still, secluded place. Every surface held a memory, a subtle texture, a hint of the life that had been lived there. It was the quiet weight of history that truly informed the scene, suggesting that truth too would eventually settle and reveal itself. Holmes paused, and the fire sighed again, a soft, intimate sound like someone settling deeper into their sleep. The rain outside seemed to have settled into a steadier, more monotonous rhythm, a constant, gentle, white noise, the very sound conducive to deep rest. This sound, Watson realized, was the perfect auditory blanket, sealing them off securely from the rest of the world, creating a profound, localized sense of safety. The central enigma, Watson, was the missing bullet, Holmes stated, his voice now a low, continuous stream of sound, carrying the listener gently along. That small, hard piece of lead seemingly vanished into the quiet landscape. It became a focus, a meditative point, an obsession that required surrender to the night. Mr. Holmes found himself walking these grounds late into the evening, long after the rest of the household was wrapped in sleep. He walked the circumference of the great lawn, the dew collecting on his boots, the silence so complete that the movement of his own clothing was a noticeable sound. He paid attention to the feel of the ground beneath his feet, the soft resilience of the turf, the yielding texture of the wet leaves. The moon, when it finally emerged from behind the clouds, was a pale, creamy disk, casting long, deep blue shadows that stretched across the lawn like fingers. All the world held perfectly still and silent, a silver stillness broken only by the movement of the clouds. The cold air felt clean and sharp in his lungs, clarifying the pathways of thought, stripping away the inessential. He paused, recalling the deep sensory experience of that night. There was a faint, almost hypnotic scent of night-blooming jasmine near the south wing, a sweetness that contrasted gently with the cold damp of the air, a delicate perfume in the vast darkness. The stars, once the clouds had cleared, were astonishingly bright and numerous, suspended like tiny peaceful lamps in the deep velvet blackness above, lending a sense of immense scale and quiet constancy. That is the true atmosphere of the countryside at night, Watson. A profound, enveloping silence that seems to quiet the very beating of one's own heart, allowing the inner voice of pure reason to finally speak. The absence of distraction is the most potent catalyst for truth, requiring only patient waiting. He gestured vaguely toward the window as if the scene were still unfolding just outside. Does Dr. Watson recall the quality of the stillness then? The complete absence of sound, save for perhaps the soft rhythmic chirping of a cricket, or the faint whisper of the wind through the tall pines, like a low sustained note of music. Everything was held poised in a moment of utter undisturbed tranquility. It was the perfect environment for the analytical mind to let go of the sensory overload of the day, to allow the facts to simply breathe and arrange themselves into their correct, serene pattern. It was an exquisite description, and Watson felt the tension drain further from his own shoulders. The case with its tragic elements was being transformed by Holmes's calm narration into a kind of quiet, procedural ballet focused entirely on texture light and the gentle pace of deduction. It was in that absolute silence that the solution finally presented itself, Holmes said softly. Not with a sudden burst or a flash of blinding insight, but with a slow, gradual clarification, much like a muddy pool settling over time, particle by tiny particle, allowing the clear water to finally be seen. The mind simply allowed the known factors to arrange themselves without strain, like pieces of polished glass clicking into a perfect mosaic. The idea of the second shot, the bullet fired into the woodwork of the bridge, The tiny, almost invisible hole suddenly seemed as natural and inevitable as the flow of the stream beneath it. A small, perfect detail, an elegant piece of geometry that brought the entire tragic scene into a harmonious though melancholy balance. The mind, Watson, finds peace in the elegant symmetry of truth and in the quiet certainty of knowing why. Holmes closed his eyes for a long, slow moment, breathing deeply. And the weapon, Watson, the small, ornate pistol. When he held it, he felt its cool weight, the subtle grooves of the etching beneath his thumb, a palpable stillness in the metal, a silence that spoke volumes of the sudden, devastating noise it had created. They spent their lives in pursuit of noise, of clamour, of the stimulating conflict of the world. But it is in the moments of utter silence, in the embrace of the tranquil night, that the clearest truths are often found, emerging like slow-moving shadows from the darkness, easily separated from the background and revealing their simple form. Watson considered his words, feeling the deep structural sense of closure that Holmes's work provided. The essence of the solution at Thor Bridge, the desperate, clever plan of the late Mrs. Gibson to destroy herself and frame the young governess, was now being stripped of its melodrama. What remained was the quiet, almost scientific beauty of the modus operandi, the synchronicity of the two shots, the ingenuity of the twin pistols, the profound stillness of the place that allowed the second shot to go unnoticed. He remembered the feeling of satisfaction, the quiet, deep resonance of knowing that justice had been served not through force or noise, but through patient, gentle thought, restoring the natural order. They returned the young woman, Miss Dunbar, to her peace, Watson said quietly, reflecting on the gentle relief that had washed over her when Holmes had demonstrated the truth. Her face, which had been etched with fear and fatigue, had smoothed out into an expression of profound, quiet gratitude, like a disturbed surface regaining its serenity. Precisely, Holmes agreed. And that, Watson, is the essence of their work, is it not? To replace chaos with order, confusion with clarity, and unrest with a deeply satisfying resolution. We are merchants of quietude. We take the tangled threads of human passion and suffering, and we carefully, methodically straighten them out until they lie smooth and parallel, ready for the mind to accept their final pattern. And then we rest. This moment, Watson, is the dividend paid on the investment of sustained, quiet focus. It is the reward of the analyst who has done his work well and can now safely lay down his tools. He smiled faintly, a small, weary, yet utterly content expression. He then picked up a small, smooth river stone from the mantelpiece, a souvenir perhaps from the banks of the stream near Thor Bridge, and turned it slowly between his long fingers. The action was deliberate, soothingly repetitive, a meditative focus point against the quiet night. He traced the circumference of the stone with his fingertip, feeling the cool, polished texture, the result of countless years of gentle abrasion by the quiet water. The stone was utterly passive, a perfect symbol of unmoving calm. "Imagine the stone, Watson," he murmured, "smooth, cold, completely indifferent to the storms and passions that swirl around it. It has the peace of ages. It is a thing of simple, perfect geometry, washed by the steady flow of water, worn soft and round by the patient, unhurried hand of time. That is the ideal state of the mind before sleep, smooth, quiet, receptive only to the gentle, unhurried currents of rest. Allow your thoughts to become like the stream, flowing smoothly and without resistance over the surface of the quiet mind. Do not hold them, merely observe their passage, watching them recede into the distance." The gaslight gave a faint, almost imperceptible hiss, like a collective sigh from the room, a final exhalation of the day. Watson felt himself sinking deeper into the soft cushions of his chair, the memory of the past day's strain dissolving into the tranquil atmosphere of their shared space. The firelight pulsed, a slow, deep breath of light and shadow across the patterned carpet, its warmth penetrating the skin and settling deep into the muscles, coaxing them toward relaxation, dissolving all lingering knots of tension. He thought of the long journey home, the slow rhythmic click-clack of the train on the tracks, a sound which, when not rushed or jarring, becomes a most powerful lullaby, marking the predictable passage of time, a steady pulse against the night. The landscape had slipped by the window, fields turning from emerald green to deep indigo in the failing light, the occasional farmhouse window glowing a welcoming yellow, a safe harbour in the gathering darkness. Each passing mile had been a step away from the complexities of the case, and a step closer to the profound simplicity of their room at Baker Street, a sanctuary built on intellect and trust. The rhythmic sway of the carriage was the last physical motion before this perfect stillness, a gentle rocking motion, like a cradle. "Sleep, Watson," Holmes said, his voice now barely above a whisper, "is merely the final and most satisfying process of deduction. The mind, having correctly and completely sorted the day's impressions, closes itself to the external, confident that the inner workings are now in perfect, quiet order. The final piece of the puzzle, the last tiny fragment of logic, is slipped into place, and the whole picture resolves itself into a beautiful, seamless darkness. There is no contradiction, no lingering doubt, only the perfect, calm certainty of truth achieved, allowing the deepest part of the mind to let go, surrendering completely to the need for deep, restorative quiet. He let the river stone drop back onto the mantelpiece with a dull, soft thud, a sound that seemed only to deepen the quiet. His eyes, though open, had the distant, unfocused look of a man already halfway to slumber, his mind releasing its grip on wakefulness. "Consider the details of rest," he went on, his voice a low, steady drone, a constant, comforting presence. The weight of the blanket, a comforting pressure, anchoring one to the perfect safety of the bed, a physical reassurance of security, a heaviness that invites stillness, the cool smoothness of the linen against the skin, a refreshing contrast to the warmth of the room, the pillow, accepting the weight of the head, a full surrender of thought, releasing the burden of consciousness, the slow, deep breath that one takes, expanding the chest, holding the peace, and then releasing all the remaining anxiety with a gentle sigh. Inhale the stillness of Baker Street, Watson. Exhale the dust of the road. Let the darkness be a soft, enveloping blanket that muffles all external sound, inviting only peace. Feel the weight of your limbs growing heavier, sinking deeper into the support beneath you. Watson followed the silent instruction, the air in the room feeling clean and slightly cool against his face. The scent of the leather, the pipe tobacco, and a lingering hint of the solvent Holmes used for his experiments, all combined into a rich, complex aroma that was quintessentially home. It was a scent of security, intellect, and the profound safety of routine. The weight of his own body felt pleasant and heavy in the chair, a grounded feeling of being exactly where he was meant to be, at rest, completely safe. The rain outside seemed to whisper now, a steady, hypnotic shh, shh, shh against the glass. It was the sound of the world retreating, drawing a veil over all its worries and demands, promising a deep, uninterrupted passage of hours. Each drop was a gentle reminder of the slow, steady persistence of nature, a force of inevitable calm, washing the world clean. "The case is complete," Holmes murmured, his eyes now completely closed. "The innocent are free, the truth revealed. The little stream beneath Thorbridge continues to flow, unhurried, constant, washing the stones and the banks with its quiet, endless song. It flows toward the sea, toward the boundless, undifferentiated peace of the ocean. It is an image of perfect, perpetual motion, yet absolute calm. Think of the water, cool and dark, slipping silently past the obstacles, finding the path of least resistance, carrying away everything that does not belong. Let your mind flow with it effortlessly toward rest." Watson watched the last flames of the fire dwindle down into a bed of glowing cherry-red embers. They pulsed with a gentle warmth, a final silent heartbeat of light before the quiet took over completely. It was a beautiful, slow transition from day to night, from action to rest. The light faded slowly, giving the eyes time to adjust to the soft, deep shadows, which felt comforting and protective. "There is nothing left to observe, Watson," Holmes whispered, his voice fading like a distant echo, like a final thought drifting into the ether. "Nothing left to analyze. Only the certainty of a problem perfectly solved, a mind perfectly still. Allow the silence to enter. Allow the weight of the day to drift away like smoke up the chimney, dissolving into the wide, quiet expanse of the night sky. The lamp is low, the fire is out, the night is deep, and the resolution is complete. Rest now, Watson. Rest now. The work is done. The world is safe." Holmes's breathing had become slow and deep, the gentle cadence of a man who has surrendered himself entirely to rest. Watson felt the same heavy, comforting drowsiness claiming him, pulling him downward, deeper and deeper into the soft embrace of the chair. The image of the peaceful woods near Thor Bridge, the flowing water, the deep green shadows, all merged and softened into a hazy, comforting landscape. In his mind, a final scene of nature's perfect tranquility. The complexities of the world were now safely locked away in the quiet precision of Sherlock Holmes's memory. All was well, all was resolved. He closed his eyes, letting the sound of the rain and the slow, deep breathing of his friend become the only reality. The feeling was one of profound safety, a quietude earned through sharp intellect and selfless purpose. The final peaceful image was the quiet, constant flow of the water beneath the bridge, carrying all troubles and turmoil gently and completely away into the dark, welcoming night. The peace was complete. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes. The mystery of the Sussex vampire. The fire in the sitting room at Baker Street had settled into a low, steady glow, the kind that casts long, lazy shadows across the Persian rug and makes the whole world feel smaller, safer, wrapped in amber light. Outside, a soft London drizzle tapped against the windows like patient fingers, and the gas lamps along the street glimmered through the air mist in pale halos. It was the sort of November evening that invites rest, that whispers quite sensibly that nothing urgent need happen tonight. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair, long legs stretched toward the fender, a cup of cocoa cooling in his slender hands. Across from him, Dr. John Watson had drawn the blue dressing gown a little closer about his shoulders and was turning the pages of the evening paper with the slowest possible motion, as though each sheet were made of silk and might tear if hurried. Between them, the clock on the mantel ticked with the gentle certainty of a heartbeat. A soft knock came at the door, 3 measured taps, neither eager nor anxious. Mrs. Hudson appeared, her face round and kind in the firelight, carrying a single letter on a silver tray. "A telegram, Mr. Holmes," she said, her voice as comforting as warm milk. The boy waited for no reply. He seemed quite content to vanish back into the fog. Holmes took the pale yellow envelope, slit it open with a single graceful motion, and unfolded the sheet. His grey eyes moved across the words once, twice, and then with the faintest curve of a smile he passed it across to Watson. "From an old acquaintance," he murmured, his voice low and unhurried, like smoke curling from the bowl of a pipe. "Robert Fergusson, tea planter, fine cricketer in his day, and now, it seems, a gentleman who believes his house is touched by something out of a Gothic novel." Watson adjusted his spectacles and read aloud softly, so that the words themselves seemed to settle like dust motes in the firelight. "Believe wife vampire, attacked baby twice, saw blood on her lips, Peruvian marriage, eldest son crippled, hates stepmother, come at once, desperate, Fergusson, Chesterfield House, Sussex." Watson let the paper rest upon his knee. "Vampire," he repeated, the word drifting into the quiet room like a fallen leaf. Poor fellow must be at his wit's end. Holmes leaned his head back against the chair, eyes half closed, listening to the rain. "Fear," he said gently, "has a way of clothing ordinary shadows in very dramatic garments. Still, a house in the Sussex Downs in autumn, a worried husband, a frightened child. It sounds a peaceful enough place to spend a day or two. The trains run often and the air will be sweet with wood smoke and fallen apples. Shall we go, Watson? Slowly, of course. There is no need to rush." Watson smiled, feeling already the pleasant drowsiness that comes before a journey one knows will be gentle. "Whenever you like, old friend." And so, the very next morning, though not too early for the sun rose lazily behind soft pearl clouds, they found themselves seated in a first-class carriage bound for the south. The train moved with a soothing rhythm, click-clack, click-clack, rocking them like a cradle. Outside the window, London's bricks gave way to meadows silvered with dew, to hedgerows heavy with crimson hawthorn berries, to willows trailing their pale fingers in quiet streams. Holmes had brought a small volume of Horace. Watson gazed out at the passing countryside and felt his thoughts grow pleasantly vague, like clouds drifting apart to reveal wide, calm sky. By midday they stepped down onto the little platform at Lifhook, where the station master greeted them with the unhurried courtesy of country folk. A dog cart waited, drawn by a placid chestnut mare whose breath steamed gently in the cool air. The driver touched his cap and spoke in the slow rolling accent of Sussex. "Mr. Fergusson's man said to bring you straight away, sirs, but there's no great hurry. The house is only 3 miles off, and the lanes are kind to the wheels." They bowled along beneath arches of golden beech and copper oak, the hooves clopping softly on the packed earth. Now and then a pheasant stirred in the undergrowth, its wings a muffled flutter, nothing more. The scent of wood smoke drifted on the breeze, mingled with the sweet bruised apple smell of autumn. Holmes rested his chin upon his gloved hand and watched the landscape with half-lidded eyes, perfectly content to let the minutes stretch. At last, the cart turned between stone pillars and up a winding drive bordered by rhododendrons still darkly green. Chesterfield House rose before them, solid red brick mellowed by ivy, tall chimneys trailing lazy ribbons of smoke into the pale sky. It looked, Watson thought, exactly the sort of house where nothing truly dreadful could ever happen, where even sorrow would be softened by the thick carpets and the scent of beeswax and dried lavender. Robert Ferguson met them at the door himself. He was a large man gone slightly to seed, with anxious brown eyes and a handshake that trembled just a little. Yet his voice was warm, almost apologetic, as though he feared he might be wasting their time. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, you cannot imagine what a relief it is to see you. Come in, come in. There's a fire in the drawing room, and my housekeeper has just brought tea." They stepped into a hall panelled in dark oak that glowed like amber in the firelight. A grandfather clock ticked with the same steady heartbeat they had heard in Baker Street. Ferguson led them through to a long, low room whose windows looked out upon a lawn sloping gently down to a little lake, its surface now mirrored with drifting clouds. On the hearthrug lay 2 spaniels, asleep nose to tail, breathing in soft synchrony. Ferguson poured tea with hands that shook only slightly now. The cups were delicate china painted with violets. The tea was fragrant, hot, perfect. He began to speak slowly, choosing his words with care as though afraid to disturb the quiet. "It began 2 months ago," he said. "My second wife, Dolores. She is Peruvian, you know, dark and lovely as a night orchid. We have a baby boy, Carlos, not yet a year old. One evening I came into the nursery unexpected, and there she was, bent over the child's cot. The baby was crying, only a little, and when she straightened, there was blood on her lips, bright red. I could not believe my eyes." His voice dropped to a whisper, but there was no drama in it now, only a weary puzzlement, as though he were describing a dream he could not quite credit upon waking. A fortnight later it happened again. I saw her through the window. She had the child in her arms, her head bowed to his little neck, and when she lifted her face, again the blood. I confronted her. She only looked at me with those great dark eyes and said nothing. Since then she has kept to her room most days. She seems sad rather than wicked. But my elder boy, Jack, 15 now, poor lad, crippled by a fall when he was small, he loathes her. He calls her vampire to her face. The house feels heavy with it all, Mr. Holmes, heavy and tired. Holmes listened without moving, his teacup balanced lightly on one knee. When Ferguson fell silent, the only sound was the soft crackle of apple wood on the fire and the gentle breathing of the sleeping dogs. "Tell me about the dogs," Holmes said at last, his voice as soft as thistledown. Ferguson blinked. "The dogs? Why, they are Dolores's devoted shadows, especially the younger spaniel, Carlo. She brought him from South America, a gift from her brother. Wherever she goes, Carlo follows. He even sleeps across her doorway at night." Holmes inclined his head, the faintest smile touching his lips. "And the elder boy, Jack, how does he spend his days?" Poor lad wheels himself about the garden paths when the weather is fine. He is clever with his hands, whittles little boats, watches the birds through a glass. But he is bitter. He believes his stepmother wishes him out of the way so that baby Carlos will inherit everything. Watson set his cup down with the softest clink. And the baby himself? How does he fare? A flicker of tenderness crossed Ferguson's face. Little Carlos, he is the picture of health. Rosy cheeks, strong lungs. Whatever happened left no mark upon him. Holmes rose, moving with the unhurried grace of a cat stretching after a nap. Might we see the nursery, Mr. Ferguson, and perhaps meet the lady herself when she feels ready? There is no rush. The afternoon is long, and the light through these windows is very peaceful. They climbed the wide oak staircase at a leisurely pace, each step creaking just enough to be companionable. Portraits of Ferguson ancestors looked down with kindly, drowsy eyes. At the end of a carpeted corridor lay the nursery, a large, airy room painted the palest primrose, with white curtains stirring in the faint breeze from an open window. A rocking horse stood in one corner, its painted eyes gentle. On a low table lay a scatter of soft woolen animals, a rabbit, a lamb, a tiny elephant with one ear adorably bent. The cot was of white painted wood, draped in mosquito netting as fine as mist, though there were no mosquitoes in Sussex in November. Baby Carlos lay asleep on his back, one fist curled beside his cheek, his breathing as regular as the ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs. Watson could not help smiling. The child looked the very picture of innocent contentment. Holmes moved about the room with silent feet, pausing now and then to touch a curtain, to study the pattern of sunlight on the floorboards, to gaze out across the lawn where the elder boy, Jack, could be seen in his wheeled chair beneath a copper beech, a blanket across his knees, feeding crumbs to a robin that hopped fearlessly close. A soft scratching came at the nursery door. Ferguson opened it and entrotted the younger spaniel, Carlo, glossy liver and white, tail waving like a slow metronome. The dog went straight to the cot, rested his chin on the rail, and gazed at the sleeping baby with liquid adoration. Then, quite delicately, he licked the child's tiny hand where it lay outside the blanket. Ferguson gave a shaken laugh. There, you see, even the dog loves him. And yet... Holmes crouched beside Carlo, running a gentle hand along the dog's back. A beautiful creature, he murmured, and recently, I think, the victim of some small misfortune. He parted the fur at the back of the spaniel's neck. There, almost hidden, were two tiny scabbed punctures. Watson felt the pieces fall together like beads on a quiet string. An arrow, he said softly, a little arrow, perhaps blown through a tube. Holmes nodded, rising. A South American toy, no doubt. The Jequirity bean arrow, Abrus precatorius, beautiful red and black seeds, harmless enough unless one knows the poison. But these wounds are shallow, practice shots only, the jealousy of a lonely boy who feels himself displaced. Ferguson's face drained of colour, yet there was relief in it too, like rain after long drought. Jack, he whispered, my own son. Your son, Holmes said gently, who loves his little brother in his heart but cannot bear the pain of seeing his father's affection apparently transferred. He has been shooting tiny darts at the dog, poor Carlo, who adores the baby and tries to shield him. The dog's blood on the lady's lips came when she sucked the poison from the wounds to save her pet, not when she harmed her child. A mother's instinct, Mr. Ferguson, whether for 4 legs or 2. The big man sank into a rocking chair, covering his face with his hands. His shoulders shook, but not with grief alone. There was release in the sound, the easing of a long-carried weight. Down the corridor a door opened softly. A woman appeared, tall, slender, wrapped in a dressing gown of deep crimson silk. Her hair fell in a black waterfall to her waist. Her eyes were huge and dark and filled now with unshed tears. She moved like someone walking in a dream, yet her bare feet made no sound on the carpet. "Robert," she said, her voice low, musical, threaded with the faintest accent of faraway places. "Is it finished?" Ferguson rose and crossed to her in 3 slow strides. He took her hands, such small hands, in his large ones and pressed them to his lips. "Dolores, my dear, forgive me. I was a blind fool." She leaned her forehead against his chest, and for a long moment they simply stood there, breathing together while the baby slept on and the spaniel settled with a sigh at their feet. Holmes touched Watson's elbow. Together they slipped from the room, closing the door with the softest click. In the corridor the light had grown golden with late afternoon. Dust motes drifted like tiny slow stars. They found Jack beneath the beech tree. The boy looked up as they approached, his thin face defiant, but his eyes red-rimmed. On his lap lay a bamboo tube and a little pile of bright red and black seeds. Holmes sat on the grass beside the chair, careless of his trousers, and spoke so quietly that the robin continued to hop and peck only a yard away. "You're very clever with your hands, Jack," he said, "and you love your brother, though it hurts to admit it. Your arrows never once touched the baby, only Carlo, who tried to stand between. That was bravely done in its way." Jack's lip trembled. "She was taking everything," he whispered. "Father, the house, everything." "No," Holmes said, soft as falling leaves. "Love is not a pie to be divided, lad. There is always more. Your father has enough for 10 sons and your stepmother. She has a warm heart beneath all that silence. She saved your dog's life twice over, sucking out the poison at risk to herself. Would a monster do that?" The boy stared at the seeds in his lap. Then, slowly, he let them trickle through his fingers onto the grass. The robin fluttered down and investigated one bright bead, decided it was not food, and flew away. "I didn't want to hurt anyone," Jack said at last, his voice breaking. "I only wanted things to be like before." Holmes rested a hand lightly on the boy's shoulder, the touch firm yet gentle, an anchor in the softening light. "Things can never be as they were," he said, his voice quiet but steady. "But they can be good again. Different, but good. Shall we go in?" Your father will want to speak with you, and I think there is cocoa and perhaps seed cake." Jack looked up at him, his eyes uncertain, the last vestiges of defiance dissolving into something smaller, more fragile, like frost melting in the sun. Will she hate me now?" His voice trembled, a small whisper almost swallowed by the evening hush. "She will understand," Holmes said, a faint, certain smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Better than any of us, perhaps." The words were soft, carrying the weight of a promise, and Jack seemed to breathe a little easier. They walked back to the house together. Holmes guided the chair along the smooth, gravelled path, each wheel leaving a delicate trail in the twilight dust, while Watson carried the bamboo tube, now harmless as a reed, cradled in his arm. The sun sank slowly behind the downs, spilling long, gentle strokes of rose and lavender across the sky. Rooks circled homeward with slow, measured wing beats, their distant cries strangely soothing, as if the whole world were exhaling after a long day. Inside, the drawing room had gathered the family in a quiet tableau. Dolores sat on a low stool by the fire, the baby Carlos asleep against her shoulder, tiny fist curled in the silk of her gown. Carlo the spaniel lay across her feet, warm and steady like a living hearthrug. Ferguson stood behind her, one hand resting protectively on her shoulder, his eyes reflecting both relief and lingering tension. When Jack wheeled in, pushed by his father, the room fell into a profound, expectant stillness. Dolores studied him for a long moment, as if memorizing the thin line of his jaw, the slight slump of his shoulders. Then she rose, shifting the sleeping baby with practiced grace, and crossed the room. She knelt before him, so fluidly that she seemed to float above the floor, and took Jack's thin hands in hers, holding them lightly but firmly. "My poor boy," she said in her soft, lilting voice threading through the quiet like a gentle stream. "How lonely you have been." Jack tried to speak, but no words came. Then, to the silent astonishment of everyone, he leaned forward, resting his head against her shoulder and crying, not the angry clenched tears of before, but the cleansing, unguarded tears of a child who has been found at last. Ferguson's eyes glimmered with a light that was almost disbelieving. Over the heads of his family, he met Holmes's gaze and mouthed two silent words. "Thank you." The quiet gratitude lingered in the warm, firelit room, heavy with the sense that something long lost had, at last, been gently restored. The evening drifted on like a slow river. Tea was brought, more cups of that fragrant blend, plates of buttered scones and blackberry jam that tasted of summer's end. The fire settled into ruby coals. Outside, the first stars pricked the deepening sky, and an owl called once, twice from the darkness beyond the lawn. Holmes and Watson sat a little apart, content to watch the quiet miracle unfolding. Ferguson lifting Jack from his chair to the sofa so that the boy might sit between his father and stepmother. Dolores guiding Jack's hand to rest lightly on the baby's warm head, the spaniel thumping his tail in sleepy approval. At length Holmes rose, moving as silently as moonlight. "We will catch the last train, I think," he said softly. "There is nothing more needed here." Ferguson tried to protest, his voice hesitant but insistent, urging them to stay the night, to allow the household more time to adjust, to ensure that no shadow of unrest would linger after their departure. Holmes only smiled, a faint curve of lips that seemed to hold both amusement and certainty, and laid a single finger to his lips. The gesture was simple, yet it carried an authority that was absolute. "Some mysteries," he said, "are best left to solve themselves in the gentle dark." There was no finality in the words, only a calm, almost reverent understanding that certain threads of human worry and curiosity are best untangled in their own time. Ferguson paused, eyes flicking between them, and slowly nodded, understanding that there was no arguing with the serene inevitability in Holmes's manner. They were seen off at the door by the whole family. Ferguson carried a lantern, its warm glow wavering in the soft night, though the moon now hung high and full, bathing the garden and the stone path in silver light. Dolores held the baby in her arms, the infant now awake, blinking at the stars and cooing softly as though greeting the night itself. Jack remained in his chair, a faint smile playing across his face, a shy hopefulness that seemed newly born with the calm resolution of the evening. Even Carlo, the small spaniel, trotted down the steps with surprising dignity, tail wagging, pausing for one final pat from Holmes before they lifted the reins. The dog-cart bore them away beneath an avenue of stars, the soft thrum of hooves on the road almost blending with the nocturnal whispers of crickets and distant owls. The night air was cool and fragrant, carrying the subtle aroma of dew-soaked grass, mingled with faint wisps of wood smoke from chimneys in the far-off woods. The countryside itself seemed to inhale and exhale in gentle rhythm with the cart, each turn of the wheels drawing them further from Chesterfield House, yet leaving the memory of its warmth indelibly in their minds. Behind them, the windows of the house glowed like embers in a hearth, small, steadfast orbs of golden light, safe and contained within the larger darkness that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. In the train home, nearly empty now, rocking softly northward, Watson found his eyelids heavy, the events of the evening slowly unspooling into quiet fatigue. Across from him, Holmes had drawn his travelling rug up to his chin, eyes closed but a faint smile lingering as if he were savouring the memory of the night just past. The carriage seemed suspended in a gentle, timeless bubble, each sway of the train a lullaby coaxing the mind into restful drift. "A satisfying little affair," Watson murmured, voice thick with approaching sleep. "Most satisfying," Holmes agreed, the words so low they might have been the soft rustle of wind against the window pane. A house set to rights, a family learning to breathe together again, and all without a single raised voice. There are worse ways to spend an autumn day. His words lingered, carrying a warmth that made the small shadowed compartment feel somehow like home, though they were miles from Baker Street. The train's rhythm slowed, the clatter of wheels softened to a gentle hum. Outside, the moonlight silvered the sleeping fields, touching each hedge and tree with quiet, meticulous care. Watson's thoughts, once sharp and ready to chase the minutiae of crime, began to loosen and drift like smoke from cottage chimneys far below, curling and curling in shapes that had no obligation to any particular order. In the quiet carriage, lit only by the single lamp turned low, Holmes began to speak again, not of mysteries, deductions or schemes, but of gentle, ordinary observations. He spoke of the way lamplight gleams on wet cobblestones, how the shimmer of rain makes familiar streets appear suddenly foreign and magical. He described the comfort of a favourite armchair, the quiet joy in sinking into its cushions with a book forgotten beside a cup of tea. And he spoke of the small domestic pleasures awaiting them at home, the 17 steps to Baker Street, the soft padding of Mrs. Hudson's footsteps as she carried cocoa, the smell of polished wood and faint tobacco lingering from their morning papers. His voice was the lowest possible murmur, steady, warm and unhurried, wrapping around Watson like the travelling rug itself. Every word drifted through the quiet carriage, a soft caress that seemed to smooth the edges of the day and draw the mind gently away from the world's demands. The carriage itself seemed to breathe with them, each gentle sway of the wheels echoing in harmony with the rhythm of Holmes's speech, a quiet, shared pulse of peace and contentment. Watson felt the slow tug of sleep, his thoughts loosening like smoke curling from a distant chimney, as Holmes's words carried him, not through deductions or mysteries, but through the soft, unremarkable beauty of life itself. The stars outside seemed to shimmer more softly, the fields more hushed until carriage, night, and sky merged into one serene, enveloping quiet. "And tomorrow," Holmes murmured, voice still low and steady, "there will be fog again, soft and thick as wool. The fire will be lit early, and we shall read the papers slowly, turning each page as though it were a leaf in autumn. No hurry, no need to solve the world tonight." His words flowed around Watson like a gentle tide, each syllable a small reassurance, a lullaby woven from the ordinary delights of home, the quiet certainties of routine, and the comforting cadence of a day well spent. Watson's eyelids fluttered once, twice, and then closed. His breathing deepened, evened, matched the gentle sway of the carriage. Somewhere between one breath and the next, he was aware of Holmes reaching across to draw the rug a little higher about his shoulders, of a light hand resting for a moment on his own. "Sleep, old friend," came the whisper, softer than silk. "All is well. The Sussex vampire was only love wearing a strange mask, and love, properly understood, is the most peaceful thing in the world." The train rocked on. The moon kept gentle watch, and somewhere in the quiet heart of the night 2 friends travelled homeward together, carried safely on the slow, soothing current of a mystery that had ended not in drama, but in the deep, healing hush of a family made whole again. Back in Baker Street, the fire would be banked for the night. The familiar chairs would be waiting. And you, dear listener, may let the soft darkness gather you now, as gently as Dolores gathered her sleeping baby, as peacefully as the spaniel curled at her feet. All is well, all is quiet, all is love, properly understood. Close your eyes, breathe slowly, let the gentle hills of Sussex cradle you, the golden firelight warm you, the soft rain on London windows sing you to sleep. Good night. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, The Mystery of the Seaside Stone Cottage. The train moved with a steady rhythmic motion through the heart of the English countryside, its iron wheels singing a soft, repetitive song against the polished rails, a lullaby of steel and steam that had soothed travellers for generations. Inside the first-class compartment, upholstered in deep bottle green velvet and warmed by a discreet brass foot-warmer, the world seemed to slow, as though time itself had decided to linger and rest for a while. The afternoon light filtered through the half-drawn blind in broad bands of amber and gold, occasionally a sudden flare of molten gold when the sun escaped a drifting cloud, painting everything it touched: mahogany panelling, the crystal decanter on the small folding table, even the dust motes in the air with the hushed warmth of late autumn. Sherlock Holmes sat by the window in his customary pose, his long pale fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, his grey eyes half-lidded yet missing nothing, as the landscape drifted past with dreamy languor. A faint trace of violet smoke from his cherrywood pipe still hung about him like an afterthought, though he had extinguished it an hour earlier out of courtesy to his companions. Across from him, Dr. John Watson had settled into the corner seat, with a contented sigh that spoke of old campaigns and older friendships. His tweed travelling cloak lay folded on the rack above, and a worn leather journal, its spine cracked from constant use, rested on his lap. A stub of pencil tucked behind his ear. Beside Watson sat James Ashworth, a young scholar of literature scarcely 30, with earnest brown eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles and an air of quiet, almost reverent curiosity. His hands, ink-stained at the fingertips, rested lightly on a small stack of letters tied with faded ribbon, correspondence from the great-aunt he had never met, yet whose solitary life had somehow reached across the years to draw him, and now Holmes, into its orbit. The letter that had begun it all had arrived at Baker Street 3 weeks earlier, written in a spidery yet elegant hand on thick cream paper that still faintly scented with lavender water. James had inherited a small stone cottage perched on the chalk cliffs of the Sussex coast from a distant relative, Miss Eleanor Ashworth, who had lived there in perfect solitude for nearly 40 years. No husband, no children, no visitors beyond the monthly delivery boy from the village, and the occasional fisherman who brought her crab and samphire. Upon her peaceful passing, found by the local vicar seated in her chair by the window, a half-finished letter in her lap, James had travelled down to take possession. The cottage itself was modest, almost austere, whitewashed walls, a slate roof silvered by salt air, a garden run wild with rosemary and sea thrift. Yet among the sparse furnishings and yellowed books, he had discovered something he could not name. Not a treasure in the vulgar sense, not documents that would topple governments or reveal scandal, but something that felt significant in a way that eluded ordinary explanation. An atmosphere, perhaps, or a presence that seemed to watch from the corners of the rooms. Holmes, who ordinarily scorned anything that smacked of the supernatural, had nevertheless found the very vagueness of the young man's distress irresistible, like a cipher whose key lay hidden in plain sight. Outside, the countryside rolled by in waves of copper and rust, the stubble fields catching the low sun so that each blade of harvested wheat seemed edged with fire. Ancient hedgerows, blackthorn and hazel woven tight as tapestry, divided the land into irregular parcels, while here and there a solitary oak stood sentinel, its leaves the colour of old brandy. Stone walls, lichened and moss-softened, traced the contours of hills that rose and fell like the slow breathing of the earth itself. Occasionally a farmhouse appeared, its chimneys already sending up thin plumes of peat smoke that carried, even through the closed window, the comforting scent of burning applewood. Rooks wheeled above a distant spinney, their cries thinned by distance into something almost musical, and once a herd of red deer lifted their heads to watch the train pass, liquid eyes reflecting the dying light. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels over the points was a lullaby older than any of them, and even Holmes seemed affected by its soporific quality. The restless energy that usually crackled about him like static electricity had subsided into something calmer, more meditative, as though the season itself had laid a gentle hand upon his shoulder. Watson broke the companionable silence with a gentle observation, his voice low and warm as the last of the sun on his cheek. "It is a beautiful time of year for travel, Holmes. There is something about autumn that makes the world feel softer, more forgiving, as though nature herself is preparing to draw the curtains and let us all rest." Holmes turned his gaze from the window and offered his friend the rare gift of a slight, genuine smile. "Indeed, my dear Watson, the light is kinder in autumn. It does not glare or expose with the harsh clarity of summer, nor does it abandon us to the stark revelations of winter. Rather, it illuminates with a certain tenderness, as though the sun itself has grown nostalgic. Everything appears as if seen through a veil of gauze, or perhaps through the amber of memory." James, who had been listening with the attentive stillness of one who spends his days among poetry, nodded slowly. "My great-aunt chose well when she retreated to the sea. I have seen the cottage only once, very briefly, yet even then I felt there was something deeply peaceful about the place. The sound of waves below the cliff, the salt wind that comes in through the open casement and turns the pages of whatever book one has left on the table. It invited contemplation rather than activity. I think she must have sat there for hours on end, simply watching the tide go out and come again, like someone keeping an appointment with eternity. The train carried them ever southward, and gradually the character of the land began to change as subtly as a dreamer turning in sleep. The rich loam of the inland fields gave way to heath and moorland, where the soil thinned and gorse bushes still blazed with defiant yellow flowers against the coming winter. The air drifting through the slightly open window, Holmes had cracked it despite the chill, claiming he preferred the honesty of coal to the stuffiness of railway heating, carried a new sharpness. Salt and ozone, bladder wrack, and the particular iodine tang that belongs only to the coast. The light itself altered, becoming wider, wilder, as though the sky had thrown open its doors. By the time they reached the tiny wayside station nearest the cottage, little more than a platform, a signal box and a weathered sign reading Burling Gap. The afternoon had mellowed into early evening. The sun hung low on the horizon, a soft orb of amber bleeding into rose, and the sky was brushed with delicate strokes of lavender and mother of pearl. They stepped down onto the deserted platform where a single porter in a faded blue uniform waited with an ancient handcart, and the only sounds were the fading sigh of the train as it pulled away, the distant cry of herring gulls wheeling above the cliffs, and the whisper of wind through the tough dune grasses that bowed and straightened like supplicants before an invisible altar. The sea, though not yet visible, announced itself in every breath, cool, vast, and ancient. Holmes paused on the platform, drawing the salt air deep into his lungs, his eyes narrowing as they adjusted to the immensity of sky and water that waited just beyond the rise. Watson clapped James on the shoulder with affectionate encouragement, and the young scholar straightened, clutching his small valise as though it contained not clothes but courage. The cottage, and whatever secret it kept, was only a mile's walk along the cliff path, and already the first stars were pricking through the deepening violet above the waves. A carriage had been arranged, nothing grand, just a sturdy dog-cart with a patient bay mare between the shafts, and soon the three of them were bowling along a narrow lane so deeply sunk between its banks that the hedgerows rose on either side like living walls. Late blackberries still clung in glossy clusters to the brambles, and the hawthorn was heavy with scarlet haws that glowed like tiny lanterns whenever the westering sun struck through a gap. The wheels threw up little puffs of chalky dust that hung in the still air and smelled of crushed leaves, wood smoke from some distant cottage, and the first faint promise of the sea. The driver, a wiry old man named Josiah Weeks, wore a salt-bleached smock and a felt hat, battered into the shape of its owner's long acquaintance with wind. He spoke little at first, content to let the mare find her own pace, but after a while the landmark stirred his tongue. He lifted his whip, not to strike, merely to point, toward a squat grey tower rising above a cluster of yews. St. Mary's that be. Norman work mostly, though the vicar swears the font's Saxon. Bells still ring for evensong if the rope holds. A little farther on, he nodded toward a break in the hedge where a footpath plunged steeply between banks of gorse. Smuggler's path, that. Brandy for the parson, baccy for the clerk, they do say. My own grandfer ran a tub or two in his time, and never a guinea to the excise. He chuckled, a sound like dry leaves scraping together, then gestured toward a broken stump of masonry half swallowed by ivy on the skyline. Frenchies look out from when Boney were expected any day. My ma seen the beacon lit there in '80, when the American war had folk jumpy. The cottage appeared quite suddenly as they rounded a final bend, as though the lane had been saving it as a gentle surprise. It stood alone in a shallow hollow, perhaps 200 yards from the cliff edge, a compact, honest structure of flint and grey Sussex stone, its slate roof patched with lichen the colour of storm clouds and verdigris. A single chimney leaned very slightly seaward, as if forever listening for the waves. Ivy, dark green shot through with the blood red of autumn, climbed the western wall in a rich, careless profusion, framing the small paned windows that even in the dimming light seemed to watch their approach with the patient, unblinking curiosity of something that has waited a long while and is in no hurry. A waist-high wall of the same flint enclosed a garden gone beautifully wild. Rose hips burned like garnets among the dying leaves. Late Michaelmas daisies nodded under their own weight, and a great bush of rosemary had sprawled across the path so that they brushed through its sharp, resinous fragrance as they approached the door. They alighted onto a patch of gravel already silvered with dew. James fumbled in his coat pocket and produced the iron key. Heavy, cold, its wards worn smooth, and its surface freckled with rust and salt. When he slid it into the lock, the tumblers turned with surprising smoothness, and the door swung inward on well-oiled hinges with a soft creak that seemed less a complaint than a sigh of recognition, almost a welcome. Inside, the cottage was dim and cool, breathing out the stored breath of months. Beeswax, old paper, dried lavender, and something indefinably briny that had seeped through the walls over decades. Holmes struck a Vesta and lit the oil lamp that waited on a small oak table just inside the door. The flame caught, grew, and steadied, and the room revealed itself in pools of amber light and long, soft shadows. It was one large living space with a sleeping alcove curtained off at the far end by faded brocade the colour of claret left too long in the glass. The floor was wide oak boards darkened by time and beeswax, scattered with a few rugs woven from rags in shades of indigo and madder. A hearth of local stone dominated the seaward wall, its iron dogs and cranes still in place. Beside it, a basket held neatly split applewood logs that smelled sweet even before burning. Every surface bore a fine veil of dust that glittered like frost when the lamplight caught it. Yet nothing was neglected or haphazard. Books stood in calm rows. A plain deal table was set square to the window with 2 Windsor chairs drawn up as if for conversation. A single blue and white plate hung on the wall like a moon. Someone had lived here with deliberate, graceful simplicity, arranging solitude the way a Japanese gardener arranges stones, each object placed with quiet intention. Watson, ever practical, knelt at the hearth where a fire had been laid months ago and still waited patiently. He coaxed it with a page torn from last year's almanac, and soon the dry applewood caught with a cheerful crackle, throwing out warmth and the scent of orchards long past blossom. Light danced across the beams and made the dust motes whirl like slow golden galaxies. Holmes had already drifted to the bookshelf that covered most of the inland wall from floor to ceiling. His sensitive fingertips moved along the spines with the reverence of a pianist over ivory keys. "Poetry predominates," he murmured, almost to himself. Wordsworth's 1815 Prelude, Keats' 1820 volume, see how the pages fall open at To Autumn, Tennyson's In Memoriam still in its original boards, Christina Rossetti of course, and here Gilbert White's Selborne, margins thick with annotations in pencil. Beside it, Richard Jefferies and Hudson's Birds in a Village. He pulled one slender volume free, a first edition of Matthew Arnold's Theosis, its cloth faded to the colour of sea mist. A mind that sought consolation in the eternal rather than the fashionable. James stood in the centre of the room, slowly turning, as though trying to hear a whisper just below the threshold of hearing. 40 years, he said softly. No near neighbours closer than a mile, no family visits the solicitor could trace, only the fisher lad who brought crab and samphire once a fortnight. Yet the place does not feel abandoned. It feels complete, as though her solitude was chosen the way a monk chooses the cloister, not because the world rejected her, but because she had found a better conversation elsewhere. Holmes turned, the firelight carving sharp shadows across the planes of his face. Solitude has many qualities, Mr. Ashworth. For some it is punishment, for others penance. For a few it is the only air in which the soul can breathe. Your great-aunt appears to have belonged to the third order. Watson had moved to the writing desk, a plain piece of oak placed to catch the best of the southern light, and now stood looking down with the tender care he usually reserved for wounded soldiers. "There are papers here," he said quietly, "left exactly as she used them. Pen still in its tray, blotter untouched." They gathered round, lamp and firelight mingling until the whole room seemed to glow from within. On the desk lay a journal bound in soft brown leather, its corners rounded by much handling. Several packets of letters tied with washed-out silk ribbon the colour of sea campion, and a portfolio of sketches, seabirds in flight, the delicate architecture of shells, meticulous studies of sea pinks and yellow-horned poppy, done in watercolour so fresh the pigments might have been laid yesterday. Holmes opened the journal at a page marked by a pressed strand of sea lavender, and read aloud in a voice that made the words new again. 17th October 1891. The light today was extraordinary, as though the sun had melted into the water and everything was illuminated from within. I walked the beach at low tide and found 7 perfect sand dollars, each one a small miracle of radial symmetry. How is it that nature creates such fragile beauty for no purpose but its own delight? I have brought them home and arranged them on the sill where the low sun strikes through and turns them to translucent moons. They remind me that there is an inherent rightness in the world, even when human hearts falter. The words settled into the quiet like moths coming to rest. Outside, the wind lifted a little, rattling the casement as if the sea itself were listening. The fire answered with a sudden flare of gold. Watson brushed a finger gently across a page, careful not to smudge the ink. "There is no bitterness here," he said, wonder in his voice. "No rage at fate, only a kind of luminous acceptance." James, with hands that trembled slightly, untied one of the ribboned packets. The envelopes were addressed in a firm, masculine hand, the colour of sepia. "All from the same correspondent," he murmured. "Only the initial R. No surname, no address on many of them. Posted from London or Bath, or once from Florence." Holmes took the topmost letter, drew out the folded sheets with the care of a man handling a butterfly, and began to read. The flickering light caught the sudden softness in his hawk-sharp eyes. "Love letters," he said at last, almost reverently. "Or rather, letters of a love too civilized for scandal and too deep for forgetting, from a man who signs himself only R. They met, it seems, in the spring of 1853, both scarcely 20. An attachment formed swiftly, profoundly. But he was already bound, betrothed since childhood to a cousin, a matter of family obligation and estate. He would not break his word. They parted with breaking hearts, yet neither could bear total silence. So began a correspondence that lasted until her death. He handed the page to James, who read aloud in a voice thick with unshed tears. "My dearest Eleanor, spring is forward this year. The horse-chestnuts in the square are already in candle. I walked there this morning and thought of the afternoon we spent beneath just such trees in Hyde Park, when you wore the blue bonnet with the white ribbon and laughed at my clumsy attempts to quote Shelley. I carry that laugh inside me like a lantern. Tell me of your gulls, your sea pinks, your endless horizon. I have only the smoke of the city and the small enclosed garden where I grow Sweet William because you once said it was your favourite. Know that every blossom is for you. Ever your R." Watson had found Eleanor's draft replies, copied in her neat sloping hand before being sent. He read one, his voice roughened by emotion. "My dear R, you ask if I am lonely, and I answer gladly. I am not. Loneliness is the absence of true connection, and I am rich in connection, to the turn of the tide, to the migrating geese that pass overhead in perfect arrowhead, to the rosemary that flowers outside my door though winter knocks. And richest of all, I am connected to you, across counties, across years, across the silence we were forced to accept. These letters arrive like gulls returning each spring, proof that I am known, deeply known, by one heart in all the world. What more could any soul require? Yours in perpetuity, E." In the hush that followed, the fire settled into steady ruby-hearted coals. The lamp burned clear and golden, and far below the cliff the sea spoke its endless, patient sentence against the listening shore. The three men stood without moving, as though the quiet words still hung in the air like incense too delicate to disturb. The fire had settled into a low, steady heart of ruby coals. Every so often a small tongue of flame would lick upward, briefly gilding their faces and then retreating, leaving them half seen. Expressions of wonder and solemn recognition. Outside, the first true darkness of the night had gathered, and the window panes reflected the lamplight back into the room, so that the cottage seemed to float in its own small sphere of gold, while the great night pressed gently against the glass. Holmes was the first to stir. He crossed to the seaward window in 3 silent strides, and stood looking out, hands clasped behind his back. The moon had not yet risen, but starlight was enough to silver the breaking waves far below. They rolled in with their eternal patience, drawing long sighing breaths across the shingle, and then retreating, only to return again. The soft thunder of them was the background to every thought and feeling in that place, as familiar to Eleanor Ashworth as her own heartbeat had been. "Your great aunt," Holmes said at last, his voice pitched low so that James and Watson had to step closer to hear it over the fire's murmur and the sea's deeper one, "created a life of rare and austere integrity. She loved a man she could not possess in the ordinary way, and instead of letting that love curdle into resentment or self-pity, she transmuted it, the way an alchemist turns lead into gold. She chose beauty, solitude, and unwavering constancy, and by every indication, the clarity of her handwriting to the very end, the pressed flowers still vivid between the pages, the fire laid ready for a hand that would never return, she was content. More than content. She was fulfilled. James came to stand beside him. Watson followed, and for a long minute the three of them watched the night sea together, shoulder to shoulder like sailors on a quiet quarter deck. The garden had vanished into darkness. Only the occasional gleam of a dew-laden rose hip caught the lamplight spilling through the panes. Beyond lay the black heath rolling toward the invisible downs, and beyond that the vast breathing presence of the channel. "I think I understand now," James said, almost whispering. "When I first stepped inside, I felt something waiting for me. Not a ghost, not a curse, but a gift I didn't yet have the eyes to see. She didn't hide these letters away in locked boxes or burn them in a fit of shame. She tied them with ribbon and left them on the desk where any careful reader would find them. She wanted someone, perhaps especially someone of her own blood, to know that love need not follow the world's prescribed patterns, to be real, sustaining, even sacred, that a life can be whole and radiant even when it looks, from the outside, like absence. Holmes inclined his head, the starlight catching for an instant on the sharp line of his cheekbone. Precisely, Eleanor Ashworth was, in her quiet way, an artist of the first order. She took the raw material circumstance handed her, loss, separation, the world's disapproval, and shaped them into an existence of deliberate grace. This cottage is her masterpiece. Every shell on the shelf, every book chosen and annotated, every sprig of rosemary by the door placed with the same reverence a painter gives to a stroke of vermilion. They spent the next hour moving softly about the room, not as investigators any longer, but as pilgrims. Watson discovered the deep shelf beneath the window seat. Row upon row of shelves arranged by family and size. Wentel traps ascending like tiny spiral staircases, limpets in perfect graduation, razor shells aligned as though ready for parade, each labelled in faded ink. Buccinum Undatum, Berlin Gap, 14th of March 1879, low spring tide. James opened a fat volume of Keats and found pressed sea lavender and thrift still holding their delicate mauve and pink. The colours softened, but not lost. In the wardrobe hung 3 simple wool dresses, one dove grey, one dark green, one indigo, all beautifully cut and meticulously mended. From a small cedar drawer within came the faint perfume of cedar shavings and dried rose petals. And there, wrapped in tissue, thin as onion skin, was the photograph. Watson lifted it to the lamp with the same reverence he once reserved for battlefield relics. A sepia carte de visite, circa 1854. A young woman in a crinoline, hair parted simply and drawn back, stood beside a tall young man in a garden bright with hollyhocks. Her gloved hand rested in his. Their faces were grave, almost stern, as the fashion of the time demanded, but their eyes, hers soft and steady, his fierce with unspoken feeling, told an entire story in a single glance. "Eleanor and R," Watson murmured. "They look as though they have just made the hardest and bravest decision of their lives and are already at peace with it. See how she leans only a fraction toward him, and how his fingers tighten around hers. That is not resignation. That is resolve, and joy beneath the solemnity." James took the photograph last, studying it for a long while. When he spoke, his voice was steady but thick. "I shall have copies made," he said. "One for the cottage, where it belongs, and one, perhaps, for wherever ours descendants may be. Someone, somewhere, must still have a photograph of an elderly gentleman who kept a locked drawer of letters he could never bring himself to destroy." Holmes said nothing, but the faint, wistful smile that touched his lips in the lamplight was answer enough. Outside, the tide turned. The waves drew a long breath and began their slow return, carrying the starlight landward in trembling silver shards. Inside, the fire burned clear and quiet, and the cottage, no longer empty, no longer waiting, seemed to settle around them with the gentle satisfaction of a secret, finally, faithfully told. As the evening deepened, they prepared to stay the night in the cottage. James had arranged for provisions to be delivered, and they found bread and cheese, cold meat and apples, along with tea and fresh milk. They ate a simple supper at the table before the fire, the windows now dark mirrors reflecting the warm interior. The cottage felt inhabited again, brought back to life by their presence and voices, yet the spirit of its former occupant seemed to approve rather than object. It was as though Eleanor Ashworth's careful cultivation of peace had infused the very walls, creating a sanctuary that welcomed those who came seeking understanding rather than mere curiosity. After supper, Watson prepared tea while Holmes returned to the journal, reading more of Eleanor's entries aloud by the light of the fire. Her words painted a picture of days filled with simple pleasures, early morning walks along the beach, the discovery of sea glass smoothed by waves, the arrival of migrating birds each autumn, the way the light changed hour by hour and season by season. She wrote of storms that rattled the windows and made her feel safe within a small fortress. She wrote of summer days when she opened every window to let the breeze flow through. She wrote of the letters from R that arrived with faithful regularity, bringing news of a world she had left behind but still cared for through his eyes. There was one entry, dated on her final birthday, that Holmes read with particular gentleness. I am 70 years old today, and I find myself taking inventory, not of regrets, but of gratitudes. I am grateful for this cottage and the life it has allowed me. I am grateful for every letter that has found its way to me here, for the constancy of a love that asked nothing but to exist. I am grateful for the sea that has been my companion and my teacher, showing me that there is beauty in repetition, wisdom in rhythm. When my time comes, I hope I will be remembered not with pity for what I did not have, but with understanding for what I chose. I chose peace. I chose beauty. I chose love in a form that was possible for me. And I have been, in all the ways that matter, happy. The words settled over them like a benediction. The fire burned low, casting deep shadows that flickered gently across the walls. Outside, the sea continued its ancient conversation with the shore, the sound distant and soothing. James stood and went to the window one last time, looking out at the night. I will keep the cottage, he said quietly. I will maintain it as she did, and perhaps come here when I need to remember that peace is not found but created, that happiness can take unexpected forms, that love is not diminished by distance or circumstance, but is rather refined by it, distilled to its purest essence. Holmes rose and placed a hand briefly on the young man's shoulder, a rare gesture of connection from a man not given to physical demonstrations. A wise decision, he said simply. Your great-aunt built something here worth preserving, not just a dwelling, but a philosophy, a way of being in the world. They arranged their sleeping quarters with quiet efficiency. James would take the alcove where Eleanor had slept, while Holmes and Watson made comfortable arrangements with cushions and blankets near the fire. The lamp was turned low, and the three men settled into the peace of the cottage. Watson, lying comfortably with his head pillowed on his rolled coat, spoke softly into the dimness. Do you know, Holmes, I believe this may be the gentlest case you have ever undertaken. No crime to solve, no villain to apprehend. Simply a mystery of the human heart, resolved not through deduction, but through empathy. Holmes, lying with his hands folded on his chest, his eyes closed, responded in a voice already touched with drowsiness. All the best mysteries, Watson, are mysteries of the heart. The puzzle is always how to live, how to love, how to find meaning in the brief time we are given. Your great-aunt James solved that puzzle admirably. We are privileged to have been allowed to understand her solution. James, from behind the curtain of his alcove, murmured his agreement. The sea whispered beyond the walls, the fire settled into glowing embers, and in the cottage by the sea, where one woman had lived a life of chosen solitude and sustained love, 3 men drifted into sleep. The last sounds were the soft breathing of the sleepers, the gentle pop of embers in the grate, and the eternal lullaby of the waves. The cottage held them safe, as it had held Eleanor safe for 40 years. The mystery was no mystery at all, but rather a gift. The gift of understanding that there are as many ways to live well as there are stars in the sky, and that love, in whatever form it takes, is always enough. The night deepened, the tide turned, and in the small stone cottage on the Sussex coast, peace reigned complete and undisturbed. A legacy left by a woman who had understood what mattered most, preserved now in letters and journals and in the very atmosphere of the place she had made her sanctuary. The stars wheeled slowly overhead in their ancient dance. The waves continued their patient work upon the shore, and in the dreamless sleep of those who have found understanding, the 3 visitors rested in the home that Eleanor Ashworth had built from solitude and love, a home that would stand as a testament to the many forms of human happiness, waiting to welcome others who might need to remember that peace is always possible, that love endures in unexpected ways, and that the mystery of a well-lived life is sometimes no mystery at all, but simply a choice made with wisdom and maintained with grace. The cottage on the cliff settled into its ancient rhythms, holding its occupants gently through the night, and the sea sang them deeper into sleep, a lullaby older than memory, patient as stone, eternal as the turning of the earth.